Most people never actually choose who they become. That sounds dramatic until you really sit with it. Think about how early it started. The way you laughed when adults laughed so they would keep smiling at you. The way you stayed quiet after getting mocked for saying something weird. The way you slowly edited yourself in tiny invisible ways just to avoid rejection. Nobody sat you down and told you to become a performance. It happened automatically, quietly, almost like survival. And the terrifying part is that it worked. You got accepted. You learned how to read rooms before you even understood yourself. You became agreeable when tension appeared. You became funny if attention kept people close. You became intelligent if praise only came when you achieved something. Some people became invisible because being noticed felt dangerous. Some became perfect because mistakes felt humiliating. Every personality trait started adapting to something. Most people think personality is this solid thing that comes from deep inside. But psychology has shown for decades that human beings are heavily shaped through social conditioning. Especially during childhood, your brain constantly scans for approval because approval once meant safety. Rejection once meant isolation. And thousands of years ago, isolation could literally kill you. So your nervous system evolved to treat social acceptance like survival itself. That means a shocking amount of your identity may have been built around avoiding abandonment. Not around truth, not around authenticity, around protection. That changes the way you see yourself completely. Because suddenly you start asking uncomfortable questions. Do I actually enjoy being this nice all the time, or did I learn that conflict makes people leave? Am I truly ambitious, or am I terrified of feeling worthless? Do I genuinely like helping people, or do I panic when I am not needed? Even confidence can become a mask. Some of the loudest people are deeply afraid that silence would reveal how empty they feel without validation. And here is where people get trapped for years. The personality that gets rewarded becomes the personality you repeat. Your brain starts linking approval with identity. Every compliment strengthens the role. Every rejection sharpens the mask. Eventually, the performance becomes automatic. You stop noticing it. You start saying things because they are expected, laughing because it keeps the mood safe, hiding reactions because honesty feels risky. You become emotionally edited. There is a psychological concept called the false self. It describes the version of you that forms around external expectations instead of internal truth. It is not fake in the cartoon sense. It feels real because you have practiced it for so long. But deep down, something always feels slightly off. Like your life is happening through a filter. Like people know you but somehow do not really know you. That emptiness is more common than anyone admits. You see it when someone finally burns out after years of pleasing everyone. You see it when successful people secretly feel disconnected from their own lives. You see it when someone has everything they thought they wanted but still feels strangely numb. Because achievement cannot satisfy a self that was never truly expressed in the first place. And honestly, this starts terrifying people the moment they become aware of it. Because if your personality was built for acceptance, then who are you underneath all of that? Most people avoid that question entirely. Not because they are weak, because it feels psychologically destabilizing. The human brain likes certainty. Even painful identities feel safer than uncertainty. A person would rather cling to a familiar version of themselves than step into the unknown. That is why people stay trapped in roles they hate. The caretaker, the achiever, the calm one, the funny one, the strong one. Those identities become prisons with rewards attached, and the rewards make it harder to leave. People praise you for being selfless, so you ignore your own needs. People admire your success, so you keep overworking while feeling dead inside. People depend on your positivity, so you hide your sadness until you barely recognize yourself anymore. The scary thing is that society often reinforces this. People usually prefer the version of you that makes them comfortable, not the version that suddenly starts setting boundaries or expressing inconvenient truths. The moment you change, some people resist it. Not because you are wrong, but because your old personality benefited their world. That realization hurts. Sometimes the people around you were never attached to the real you. They were attached to the role you played for them. And yet, despite all of this, your mind keeps sending signals. Little moments where your real self leaks through. Random exhaustion after social situations. A strange sadness after being praised. Feeling disconnected while everyone else thinks you are doing great. Those moments matter more than people realize. They are psychological friction. Your internal self pushing against the identity you constructed. Your body notices misalignment before your mind fully understands it. That is why some people suddenly change in their late 20s or 30s. It is not random. The performance simply becomes too exhausting to maintain forever. The nervous system gets tired, the emotional suppression catches up, and eventually the person starts craving something they cannot fully explain. Realness, not admiration, not perfection, not status, just the relief of no longer acting every second of their life. And maybe that is what humans secretly fear most. Not failure, not embarrassment, but being fully seen without the protective personality they spent years building. Because if people rejected the real version of you, there would be nowhere left to hide. There is a moment that happens to a lot of people, usually late at night, usually when life finally becomes quiet enough to hear their own thoughts. They suddenly realize they have spent years moving nonstop, but have no idea why they are doing any of it. They followed the plan. They chased the goals. They became who they thought they were supposed to become. But underneath all of it is this strange, empty feeling they cannot explain. It feels like waking up inside your own life and realizing you were never fully there for it. Most people never discover who they really are because they are too busy becoming who they needed to be. That starts early. Before you even knew what identity meant, you were already being shaped by reactions. Approval taught you what parts of yourself were acceptable. Disapproval taught you what to hide. You were rewarded for certain behaviors and subtly punished for others. Over time, your personality became less about self-expression and more about adaptation. And adaptation is powerful because it keeps you connected to people. Human beings are deeply social creatures. Your brain constantly monitors belonging because belonging once meant survival. Thousands of years ago, rejection from the tribe could mean death. That fear never fully disappeared. It evolved into modern forms: fear of judgment, fear of embarrassment, fear of disappointing people, fear of standing out too much. Most people think they are making free choices, but a shocking amount of human behavior is driven by avoiding social rejection. That is why people silence parts of themselves without even noticing. A kid who gets mocked for being emotional learns to suppress vulnerability. A kid praised only for achievements starts tying worth to success. Someone raised around conflict may become obsessed with keeping peace at all costs. Another person learns that being entertaining gets attention, so they hide sadness behind humor. None of this feels fake because it happens gradually. It becomes automatic. The problem is that survival patterns eventually start replacing identity itself. You stop asking what feels true and start asking what works. What gets approval? What avoids conflict? What keeps people comfortable? And eventually you become so practiced at performing that you lose connection with the person underneath the performance. That is why so many people feel strangely disconnected from their own lives. They are living through layers of conditioning they never consciously chose. Society hands people identities before they even understand themselves. Be successful, be attractive, be productive, be confident, be easy to love. Every culture has unwritten rules about what makes someone valuable. Most people spend their entire lives trying to meet those expectations without ever questioning whether those expectations actually align with who they are. And the scary part is that external success can completely hide internal disconnection. Someone can have the career they wanted, the relationship they wanted, the image they wanted, and still feel empty, because achievement cannot answer identity. You can build an impressive life around a stranger version of yourself and still feel lost inside it. Psychologists sometimes describe this as self-alienation. It happens when people become disconnected from their own emotions, desires, and internal truth because they spent too long prioritizing external expectations. Over time, they stop trusting themselves. They do not know what they genuinely enjoy anymore. They do not know which opinions are truly theirs. Even simple decisions become difficult because they are constantly scanning for outside validation instead of internal clarity. This is why some people panic when they are alone for too long. Silence removes distraction. Without constant stimulation, the deeper questions start surfacing. Who am I when nobody is watching? What do I actually want? What parts of my personality are real and what parts were built for survival? Those questions can feel destabilizing because identity creates psychological stability. Even if the identity is limiting, it still feels familiar. Most people would rather remain familiar than become authentic. Authenticity sounds beautiful in theory, but in reality, it is uncomfortable. It forces you to disappoint people sometimes. It forces you to confront how much of your life was built around fear. It forces you to admit that certain relationships only worked because you played a specific role. Some people avoid self-discovery because deep down they know it could change everything. And honestly, they are right. The moment someone starts becoming real, their entire social world can shift. The people who benefited from their people-pleasing may resist their boundaries. The people attached to their old personality may feel uncomfortable around the new one. Even family dynamics can become unstable when someone stops performing the identity they were assigned. That is why self-discovery often feels lonely before it feels freeing. You start noticing how much of human interaction is built around mutual performance. Everyone is managing impressions. Everyone is trying to appear acceptable. Everyone is terrified of being fully rejected. Underneath confidence, status, humor, and perfection is often the same hidden fear. If people saw the unfiltered version of me, would I still be loved? That fear controls more lives than people realize. And yet, despite all this conditioning, something inside people keeps pushing back. You can suppress yourself for years and still feel the tension. Your mind might adapt to the role, but your body notices the misalignment. That is why people experience burnout, emotional numbness, unexplained anxiety, or a constant sense that something feels off even when life looks successful from the outside. Your nervous system knows when you are living too far away from yourself. The tragedy is not that humans are fake. The tragedy is that most never get enough silence, honesty, or courage to figure out who they are beneath the conditioning. They stay busy, distracted, entertained, exhausted, anything to avoid facing the uncertainty underneath their identity. Because once you begin questioning who you are, you also have to face the terrifying possibility that most of your life was built around becoming acceptable instead of becoming real. People love the idea of authenticity until someone actually starts being authentic around them. That is the part nobody warns you about. Everyone says be yourself, speak your truth, stop caring what people think. But the moment you actually begin doing it, you notice something uncomfortable. The social atmosphere changes. Certain people become colder. Some act confused. Others subtly pull away. Not always because you became rude or selfish, but because authenticity disrupts invisible agreements people rely on. Most human relationships are built on expectation. You play your role. I play mine. You stay predictable. I stay comfortable. Everything keeps functioning smoothly. The quiet friend stays quiet. The caretaker keeps helping everyone. The funny person keeps the mood light. The agreeable person avoids conflict. The responsible one holds everything together. Over time, people stop seeing these behaviors as things you do and start seeing them as who you are. That becomes your social identity. And once people become attached to a version of you, changing it can feel like betrayal to them. That is the hidden punishment for authenticity. The more real you become, the more you risk destabilizing relationships that were built around your performance. A lot of people discover this when they finally start setting boundaries. At first it feels empowering. They stop saying yes to everything. They stop over-explaining themselves. They stop emotionally carrying people who never carried them back. But instead of immediate respect, they often encounter resistance. Suddenly people call them selfish, cold, different, difficult. Not because boundaries are wrong, but because the old version of them was easier to consume. That realization hurts more than most people admit. Sometimes the love you received was heavily connected to how convenient you were for others. The supportive one, the endlessly available one, the person who tolerated disrespect without complaining. Once you stop performing that role, certain relationships begin cracking immediately. Not because authenticity destroyed the connection, but because the connection depended on suppression in the first place. Humans are deeply attached to familiarity. Your brain constantly predicts behavior to create a sense of safety and control. Psychologists call this cognitive consistency. People feel psychologically comfortable when others behave in expected ways. So when someone suddenly changes, especially emotionally or socially, it creates tension in the minds of the people around them. The brain treats unpredictability like a potential threat. That is why authenticity can trigger strange reactions, even when it is healthy. A quiet person becoming outspoken makes others uncomfortable. A people pleaser becoming assertive shocks the social system. Someone who always avoided conflict suddenly speaking honestly can feel emotionally disruptive to everyone around them. The authenticity itself is not the problem. The disruption is. And most people underestimate how much society rewards performance over truth. Think about how early this conditioning begins. Kids quickly learn which emotions get accepted and which ones get rejected. Happiness gets rewarded. Anger gets punished. Sensitivity gets mocked. Confidence gets admired. Even within families, love can quietly become conditional. Some children feel valued only when they achieve. Others feel accepted only when they stay easy to handle. So people adapt. They shape themselves into socially acceptable versions because rejection feels painful at a biological level. Studies using brain imaging have shown that social rejection activates some of the same neural pathways involved in physical pain. Your nervous system does not casually separate social exclusion from danger. It reacts intensely because belonging has always been tied to survival. That means authenticity can feel risky even in ordinary situations. Wearing something different, expressing an unpopular opinion, admitting insecurity, changing your personality, leaving a toxic environment, pursuing a path others do not understand. All of these threaten social belonging in some way. And because the brain wants safety, many people unconsciously choose acceptance over truth for most of their lives. You can see this everywhere. People laugh at jokes they do not find funny just to avoid awkwardness. They agree with opinions they secretly disagree with. They stay in relationships that no longer feel real. They pursue careers they hate because those careers earn respect. Entire lives get built around social approval, while the real self slowly disappears underneath adaptation. And what makes this even harder is that authenticity does not always feel good immediately. That is the lie people sell online. They make it sound like becoming yourself automatically creates confidence and peace. In reality, authenticity often creates loneliness first, because when you stop performing, you start seeing which relationships were built around the performance. That can feel devastating. Some people only liked the version of you that never challenged them. Some only valued your usefulness. Some loved your silence because it protected their comfort. Once you begin acting from truth instead of fear, certain connections naturally weaken. But something else also happens. You start breathing differently. Not literally at first, but emotionally. There is less tension in constantly managing perception. Less exhaustion from pretending. Less anxiety from trying to maintain an identity that no longer fits. The nervous system slowly relaxes when behavior aligns with internal truth. That alignment matters more than people realize. Many forms of anxiety are intensified by self-suppression. When people constantly monitor themselves to stay acceptable, the brain remains trapped in a state of social vigilance. Always editing, always filtering, always calculating reactions. Authenticity interrupts that exhausting process. Not completely. Humans will always care what others think to some extent. That is natural. But there is a difference between social awareness and self-abandonment. And most people cross that line without noticing. They become versions of themselves designed for consumption. Easy to like, easy to predict, easy to control. Then one day they wake up feeling emotionally invisible because nobody actually knows who they are underneath the performance. That is the real cost. The hidden punishment for authenticity is social friction. But the hidden punishment for inauthenticity is losing yourself so gradually that you barely notice it happening until years have passed and your own life starts feeling emotionally unfamiliar. Nobody remembers the exact moment it started happening. There was no dramatic scene where you stopped being yourself and became someone shaped by other people's expectations. It happened slowly, quietly, almost invisibly. A reaction here, a punishment there, a look of disappointment you never forgot, a moment of praise that made your brain think, "This is how I stay loved." And before you were old enough to understand identity, you were already learning how to edit yourself. That is what childhood conditioning really is. Not mind control. Not manipulation in the cartoon sense. Just thousands of tiny emotional experiences teaching you which parts of yourself were safe to express and which parts were dangerous. A child is unbelievably adaptive, more than most people realize. Children depend completely on connection for survival, so their brains become highly sensitive to emotional feedback. Your nervous system was constantly scanning your environment, trying to answer one question. What do I need to become in order to stay accepted here? That question quietly shaped almost everything. If being emotional caused tension in the house, you learned to suppress emotion. If achievement brought praise, you became driven by performance. If staying quiet avoided conflict, silence became safety. If making people laugh reduced stress around you, humor became your shield. Children do not consciously choose these adaptations. The brain builds them automatically because survival matters more than authenticity during early development. And that is where people become disconnected from themselves without even noticing, because eventually the adaptation starts feeling like personality. The anxious child grows into the hyper-responsible adult who cannot relax. The invisible child becomes someone who struggles to express needs. The kid who only received love through success becomes an adult addicted to achievement, but unable to feel satisfied. Someone raised around emotional unpredictability may become obsessed with controlling everything because uncertainty still feels dangerous deep inside their nervous system. Most adults are not living from conscious identity. They are living from rehearsed survival patterns. That sounds harsh until you start recognizing it everywhere. Look at how many people cannot tolerate disappointing others, even when it destroys their own peace. Look at how many feel guilty for resting. Look at how many panic when someone dislikes them. Those reactions are rarely about the present moment alone. They are echoes of emotional conditioning that started years earlier. The human brain is incredibly efficient at turning repeated experiences into automatic behavior. Neuroscience calls this pattern reinforcement. The more a behavior helps you avoid pain or gain connection, the stronger the neural pathway becomes. Over time, those patterns become subconscious. You stop questioning them because they feel natural. But natural does not always mean true. That is the disturbing realization many people eventually face. You might spend decades believing you are naturally passive when you were actually conditioned to avoid conflict. You might think you are naturally perfectionistic when in reality mistakes simply felt emotionally unsafe growing up. You might believe you genuinely enjoy taking care of everyone while secretly feeling exhausted because your worth became tied to being needed. And the scary part is that conditioning often hides inside positive traits. People admire selflessness, productivity, emotional control, reliability. But sometimes those traits are rooted in fear rather than authenticity. A person may look successful while internally operating from anxiety, shame, or a desperate need for validation. Society rewards the behavior without ever questioning the emotional cost behind it. That is why some people feel strangely empty even when they are doing everything right, because the life they built came from adaptation instead of self-connection. Children are especially vulnerable to this because they naturally personalize everything. If a parent is emotionally unavailable, the child often assumes they are the problem. If affection feels inconsistent, the child starts working for love instead of feeling worthy of it naturally. This creates something psychologists sometimes call conditional self-worth. The belief that I deserve love only when I perform correctly. That belief follows people everywhere. into relationships, into careers, into friendships, into every room where approval might be gained or lost. You can see it in people who over-explain themselves constantly because they fear being misunderstood, in people who apologize for having normal needs, in people who become shape-shifters around different groups because they learned authenticity could threaten belonging. The tragedy is that many people never realize these behaviors were learned. They think this is simply who they are. And honestly, it makes sense. Childhood conditioning happens before critical thinking fully develops. Your younger brain absorbed emotional rules before you had the ability to question them. If your environment taught you that expressing anger was dangerous, your nervous system may still react to conflict as if it threatens connection, even when you are fully grown. The body remembers what the conscious mind forgets. That is why people often feel emotional reactions that seem irrational. Intense fear of rejection, deep discomfort with vulnerability, chronic people-pleasing. Those reactions are not random weaknesses. They are protective strategies that once served a purpose. But survival strategies can become prisons when they continue long after the original danger is gone. And this is where identity becomes confusing. Because if so much of your personality was shaped through conditioning, who are you underneath all of it? Most people avoid that question because it destabilizes their sense of self. The familiar identity may feel restrictive, but it also feels safe. Even suffering can become psychologically comfortable when it is predictable. The brain prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar uncertainty. That is why change feels terrifying even when the current version of life feels miserable. Becoming real requires grieving the identity that kept you emotionally protected. It means realizing some of your strongest traits were actually coping mechanisms. Some of your goals came from seeking approval rather than genuine desire. Some relationships survived only because you abandoned parts of yourself to maintain them. That awareness can feel brutal at first, but it is also the beginning of something most people never experience: seeing yourself clearly. Not the performance, not the conditioned identity, not the role you learned to play for survival. Just the parts of you that existed before fear started teaching you who you had to become in order to be loved. A lot of people stay in situations that make them deeply unhappy for one simple reason: they are more afraid of rejection than they are of suffering. That sounds irrational at first, until you realize how the human brain is wired. People assume happiness is the ultimate human goal, but for most of history, survival mattered more than happiness ever did, and survival depended heavily on belonging. Being accepted by your group meant protection, resources, connection, and safety. Being rejected meant vulnerability, isolation, possible death. Your nervous system still carries that ancient fear. That is why rejection feels so intense even today. A rude comment can ruin someone's entire day. Being ignored can create anxiety. Social exclusion can trigger emotional pain that feels physically real. Brain imaging studies have shown that rejection activates some of the same neurological regions involved in physical injury. Your brain literally processes social pain as a threat, which means humans are not just emotionally uncomfortable with rejection. They are biologically terrified of it. And once you understand that, human behavior starts making a disturbing amount of sense. People stay in toxic relationships because loneliness feels more threatening than unhappiness. Employees remain trapped in jobs they hate because disapproval and uncertainty feel dangerous. People hide opinions, emotions, and entire parts of their personality to avoid social friction. Some spend years becoming versions of themselves they secretly dislike just to maintain acceptance from family, friends, or society. The fear of rejection silently controls countless lives, and most people do not even realize it is happening, because rejection is not always dramatic. It is often subtle: a shift in tone, a delayed reply, feeling left out, someone becoming emotionally distant. Humans are unbelievably sensitive to these social cues because your nervous system constantly monitors belonging beneath conscious awareness. You can see this most clearly in childhood. A child quickly learns which behaviors create approval and which create emotional distance. If vulnerability gets mocked, they stop expressing vulnerability. If being successful earns affection, achievement becomes emotionally necessary. If disagreement creates tension, they become overly agreeable. Children adapt rapidly because connection to caregivers feels essential. The problem is that those adaptations usually follow people into adulthood. A person who learned that conflict threatens connection may tolerate disrespect for years, just to avoid abandonment. Someone who tied worth to performance may overwork themselves into exhaustion, chasing validation. Another person may stay emotionally closed off because rejection once hurt so deeply that vulnerability now feels unsafe. And the tragic part is that these patterns often create unhappiness that lasts for decades. But still, people cling to them because the human brain treats social acceptance like emotional oxygen. There is actually a psychological theory called Maslow's hierarchy of needs that places belonging directly above basic survival needs like food and shelter. Before people fully pursue self-esteem or fulfillment, they seek connection, community, acceptance, love. Your brain prioritizes belonging because isolation historically threatens survival itself. That means many people unconsciously ask themselves one question before making almost any decision. Will this increase my chances of acceptance or rejection? Not consciously, subconsciously. It shapes the clothes people wear, the careers they pursue, the opinions they express, the personalities they develop. Even attraction can become influenced by social validation. Humans constantly adjust themselves to maintain connection with the group around them. That is why authenticity feels so difficult. Being real risks rejection, and rejection feels dangerous at a nervous system level. Most people would rather betray themselves quietly than risk social exclusion openly. They suppress opinions to keep peace. They laugh when they do not want to laugh. They stay silent when they should speak. They continue relationships that emotionally drain them because the pain of loneliness feels heavier than the pain of staying. This is also why people often seek approval from those who treat them poorly. The brain becomes obsessed with unresolved rejection because acceptance from that person feels psychologically important. It is not always love people are chasing. Sometimes it is relief. Relief from the emotional tension of not feeling chosen. And this creates an exhausting cycle. The more someone fears rejection, the more they shape themselves around other people's expectations. But the more they abandon themselves for acceptance, the more emotionally disconnected they become. Eventually, they reach a point where they feel invisible inside their own life, liked by others, unknown to themselves. That emptiness is incredibly common. You can see it in people who seem socially successful but privately feel lonely, in people who constantly seek validation online but still feel insecure afterward, in relationships where both people perform roles instead of expressing truth. Everyone wants connection, but many are terrified that genuine honesty could threaten the connection they already have. So they perform. They manage impressions. They become emotionally edited versions of themselves, and society often rewards this behavior. People who fit expectations usually receive smoother social treatment. Predictable people make others comfortable. Authentic people disrupt things. They challenge unspoken rules. They say what others avoid saying. They change. They set boundaries. And because of that, authenticity can create social friction that many people are psychologically unprepared for. That is why so many stay unhappy instead. At least unhappiness can feel familiar. Rejection feels exposing. It forces people to confront one of the deepest fears humans carry. The fear that if others saw the real version of them, without the performance, without the masks, without the adaptations, they might not stay. And honestly, sometimes that fear becomes reality. Some people will leave when you stop pretending. Some relationships only survive because of self-abandonment. That truth is painful, but it also explains why so many people remain trapped for years inside identities and situations that slowly destroy their peace. They are not weak. They are operating from an ancient survival system trying desperately to avoid exclusion. But eventually many people reach a breaking point where the pain of suppressing themselves becomes heavier than the fear of rejection. That is the moment everything starts changing, because for the first time, they realize being accepted by everyone means nothing if they have to disappear in order to achieve it. You can feel it in people sometimes. That strange exhaustion behind their smile, the way they laugh at the right moments but still seem emotionally absent. The way they say they are fine automatically, almost mechanically, even when something inside them clearly feels heavy. Some people become so skilled at performing normality that nobody notices how disconnected they really are. Not even themselves. That is the dangerous thing about wearing a mask every day. It rarely feels fake in the beginning. It feels necessary. The mask forms slowly through repetition. You learn which emotions are acceptable, which parts of yourself get approval, which reactions make people uncomfortable. So you adapt. You soften certain truths, hide certain feelings, adjust your personality depending on who is around. Eventually, the performance becomes automatic. And because it becomes automatic, most people never stop to ask what the performance is costing them psychologically. But the cost is enormous. Human beings are not designed to constantly split themselves into two versions: the external self that keeps everything socially acceptable, and the internal self carrying all the unexpressed emotion underneath. Maintaining that divide requires energy, emotional energy, cognitive energy, nervous system energy. That is why so many people feel tired all the time without understanding why. They think they are exhausted from work or stress or responsibilities, but often they are exhausted from constant self-monitoring, constant emotional management, constant editing. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as emotional suppression. It happens when someone repeatedly inhibits their genuine emotional responses in order to maintain social harmony or protect themselves from judgment. And while suppression may help someone avoid conflict temporarily, studies consistently show it increases stress internally. The emotion does not disappear. The body still carries it. Your nervous system still processes it. That is why people who suppress themselves for long periods often experience anxiety, emotional numbness, irritability, or burnout. The mind can hide emotion consciously, but the body keeps track of unresolved tension underneath awareness. You can see this in everyday life constantly. Someone spends years pretending they are okay in a relationship that emotionally drains them. Another person becomes the dependable, strong one for everyone else while privately falling apart. Some hide sadness behind humor so consistently that even their closest friends never realize how lonely they feel. The mask becomes so integrated into their identity that removing it starts feeling terrifying, because eventually the performance no longer feels like something you do. It feels like who you are. That creates a painful psychological conflict. Deep down, most people crave genuine connection. They want to feel understood without pretending, accepted without performing, seen without carefully managing every impression. But at the same time, they fear that authenticity could threaten the acceptance they already have. So they continue acting. And the longer someone performs, the more emotionally isolated they often become. Not because people dislike them, but because nobody truly knows them. Imagine spending years receiving love, praise, attention, or validation while secretly wondering whether any of it would remain if people saw the unfiltered version of you. That uncertainty creates a quiet loneliness that many people carry without talking about. It is possible to feel surrounded by people and still feel emotionally invisible. That is one of the hidden psychological costs of masking. Another cost is identity confusion. When someone constantly changes themselves depending on the environment, they eventually lose clarity about who they actually are. Different personality around family, different personality at work, different personality in relationships, different personality online. Over time, the person becomes fragmented, not intentionally, just adaptively. The human brain is extremely good at social mirroring. You unconsciously adjust behavior to fit environments because belonging feels emotionally important. But excessive adaptation creates internal instability. The person starts asking questions they cannot easily answer. What do I actually think? What do I genuinely want? Which version of me is real? Those questions become more common the longer someone suppresses themselves. And this pressure builds quietly over years. Most people do not suddenly break down one day for no reason. Often the nervous system has been overloaded for a very long time. Chronic masking creates chronic vigilance. The brain remains hyper-aware of how to behave, how to appear, how to avoid negative reactions. That constant monitoring keeps the nervous system from fully relaxing. Even moments of rest stop feeling restful. Because psychologically, the person never fully puts the mask down. This is especially common in people who grew up feeling emotionally unsafe. Children quickly learn how to adapt to unstable environments. If honesty created punishment, they became careful. If vulnerability created shame, they became emotionally guarded. If approval felt conditional, they learned how to perform whatever version of themselves received acceptance. Those survival strategies can work brilliantly in childhood, but in adulthood they often create emotional distance from the self. The person may appear functional while internally feeling disconnected, anxious, or empty. And because society rewards performance, the problem often goes unnoticed. People praise the productive person, the calm person, the selfless person, the high achiever. Nobody sees how much emotional suppression may exist underneath those identities. That is why some people reach success and still feel deeply unhappy. Achievement cannot heal self-abandonment. Validation cannot fully satisfy someone who feels unseen inside their own life. At some point, the nervous system begins demanding honesty, not perfection, not dramatic transformation, just honesty, honest emotion, honest boundaries, honest self-expression. The body naturally pushes toward authenticity because prolonged internal conflict becomes psychologically exhausting. And this is where fear appears, because removing the mask means risking rejection. The version of you people became comfortable with may not be the version that feels most real. Some relationships may weaken. Some people may misunderstand the change. Others may resist it entirely because your performance once benefited their comfort. That is why many people continue masking even when it hurts them. The mask protects belonging, but it also slowly disconnects people from themselves, and eventually the emotional cost becomes impossible to ignore. The anxiety, the numbness, the exhaustion, the strange feeling of living a life that looks acceptable from the outside while feeling emotionally unfamiliar from the inside. That feeling is not weakness. It is what happens when a human being spends too many years performing survival while secretly starving for reality. Some people can sit alone in silence for 10 minutes and immediately feel uncomfortable. Not bored, uncomfortable. They reach for their phone without thinking. Turn on music. Open another video. Check messages they do not even care about. Anything to fill the space. Anything to keep their mind occupied. And most of the time, they tell themselves it is just habit, but usually it goes much deeper than that. Silence becomes dangerous when a person has spent too long avoiding themselves. The modern world makes this incredibly easy. Constant stimulation is everywhere. Endless scrolling, constant noise, notifications, entertainment every second of the day. Human beings now have almost unlimited access to distraction, which means many people rarely experience uninterrupted contact with their own thoughts anymore. And at first that sounds harmless, until you realize what distraction is often protecting people from, because silence removes escape routes. When the noise disappears, unresolved emotion starts surfacing. Thoughts people have been outrunning suddenly become audible. Regret, loneliness, fear, emptiness, confusion. Questions about identity. Questions about purpose. Questions about whether the life they built actually feels meaningful. That is why silence can feel psychologically threatening. It forces confrontation, not with the outside world, with yourself. And for many people, that is the most uncomfortable confrontation imaginable. The human brain naturally avoids psychological pain. If certain thoughts trigger anxiety or emotional discomfort, the mind searches for distraction automatically. This is called experiential avoidance in psychology. Instead of processing difficult internal experiences, people try to escape them through stimulation, business, work, entertainment, substances, relationships, or constant activity. The avoidance works temporarily, but only temporarily, because whatever remains unprocessed keeps waiting underneath the distraction. You can see this clearly in moments where people are suddenly cut off from stimulation. Long drives alone, late nights, empty rooms, breakups, vacations without constant activity, moments where external noise fades and internal reality becomes louder. That is when many people begin feeling emotions they have suppressed for years. And often, the first thing they encounter is themselves. Not the social version, not the productive version, not the personality carefully managed around other people. Just the raw internal self underneath all the performance. For someone who has spent years building identity around external validation, this can feel deeply destabilizing. Many people do not actually know how they feel when nobody else is influencing them. Their lives become structured around reaction, pleasing others, staying busy, meeting expectations, managing perception. Silence interrupts all of that. Suddenly there is nothing external to focus on. No audience, no performance, no distraction strong enough to fully drown out the deeper questions. Who am I actually becoming? Do I even like the life I built? What emotions have I been suppressing? Why do I feel empty even when everything looks fine? Those questions can create real anxiety because they threaten psychological stability. The brain prefers familiar narratives, even painful ones, because certainty feels safer than the unknown. Silence removes many of the distractions that normally protect those narratives from being questioned. That is why some people become emotionally restless the moment life slows down. They mistake stillness for danger, and in a way, their nervous system believes it is dangerous. Especially for people who grew up in emotionally unstable environments. If someone experienced criticism, unpredictability, conflict, or emotional neglect during childhood, their brain may have learned that staying mentally occupied or hyperaware was necessary for protection. For those people, silence can feel unsafe because silence creates space for buried emotion to rise. The body remembers unresolved experiences even when the conscious mind tries to move past them. Emotional suppression does not erase emotional tension. It simply pushes it deeper. Over time, many people become disconnected from their own emotional state because they stay constantly stimulated. That is one reason modern distraction can become addictive. Not because every person is weak, because distraction regulates emotion temporarily. A person scrolling endlessly at night is not always looking for entertainment. Sometimes they are trying to avoid contact with themselves. Someone constantly staying busy may not actually enjoy being busy. They may fear what happens emotionally when activity stops. And this creates a strange paradox. People spend years avoiding silence because they fear what they might find there, while simultaneously feeling exhausted from never truly resting mentally. The nervous system remains overloaded because there is always input, always stimulation, always noise. But real psychological clarity usually begins in quiet moments. That is what makes silence both frightening and powerful. It exposes things. The resentment hidden beneath people-pleasing, the sadness hidden beneath productivity, the loneliness hidden beneath social performance. Silence strips away distraction and reveals emotional reality with uncomfortable honesty. And honestly, many people are not prepared for what they discover. Some realize they built their entire identity around approval. Some realize they have been emotionally numb for years. Others discover that the goals they have been chasing do not even feel meaningful anymore. These realizations can feel painful because they disrupt the version of reality the person became attached to. But avoiding silence does not remove those truths. It only delays them. The irony is that the peace people are searching for often exists on the other side of the discomfort they keep avoiding. Not instant peace, not magical transformation, but the beginning of genuine self-awareness, the beginning of understanding what is actually happening inside them instead of endlessly escaping it. That process takes courage because silence removes excuses. You cannot blame distraction when the room becomes quiet enough to hear your own emotional reality clearly. And maybe that is why so many people fear being alone with themselves. Not because they hate silence itself, but because silence removes the mask, removes the noise, removes the performance, and leaves them face to face with the parts of themselves they spent years trying not to hear. Most people think trends are harmless, just entertainment, fashion, internet culture, people copying what is popular because it looks fun or interesting. But underneath a huge amount of human imitation is something much deeper and far more psychological. Fear. Not always conscious fear, usually quiet fear, invisible fear. The kind people do not notice because it hides inside normal behavior. Humans copy each other because standing alone has always felt dangerous. That instinct runs deeper than most people realize. Long before modern society existed, survival depended heavily on social belonging. If your group accepted you, you had protection, resources, community, safety. But if you became too different from the tribe, you risked exclusion. And exclusion historically threatened survival itself. Your nervous system still carries that ancient programming. That is why human beings naturally imitate each other constantly, not only in fashion or speech, but in values, opinions, emotions, goals, and identity itself. People absorb behaviors from their environment automatically because the brain is wired for social adaptation. Psychologists call part of this social conformity the tendency to align beliefs and behaviors with the group around you in order to maintain connection and avoid rejection. And the disturbing part is how unconscious it often becomes. Most people genuinely believe their opinions are fully their own, but many of those opinions were absorbed socially long before they were consciously examined. You can see this everywhere once you notice it. Entire friend groups begin speaking the same way. Online communities develop identical personalities. People adopt the same political views as their environment, the same lifestyle values, even the same emotional reactions. Trends spread because humans instinctively look toward the group to determine what feels acceptable, valuable, or safe. And social media intensified this to an extreme level. For most of human history, people compared themselves to relatively small groups: family, village, community. Now people are exposed to millions of personalities, opinions, aesthetics, and identities constantly. The human brain was never designed for this level of social comparison. So people begin unconsciously shaping themselves around what receives approval online. Not necessarily because they are fake, because the brain notices reward. Likes become social validation. Attention becomes emotional reinforcement. Viral behavior becomes psychologically attractive because popularity signals acceptance from the group. Over time, many people stop expressing themselves naturally and start expressing what performs well socially. That changes identity in ways most people never fully recognize. Instead of asking what feels true, people start asking what gets engagement, what gets approval, what avoids criticism. The personality slowly shifts toward social reward systems. Even individuality can become performative because people learn which version of uniqueness receives validation. And underneath all of this is one uncomfortable truth. Most humans are terrified of standing emotionally alone. Independent thinking sounds admirable until it creates social consequences. The moment someone expresses an unpopular opinion, dresses differently, rejects social expectations, or refuses to follow group behavior, tension appears. Judgment appears. Rejection becomes possible. And the nervous system reacts to that possibility intensely. Studies on conformity have shown something disturbing. People will often agree with opinions they know are wrong simply because the group around them agrees on them confidently, not because they suddenly lost intelligence, but because social pressure deeply affects human perception and behavior. Belonging influences reality more than most people realize. That is why trends become powerful far beyond surface-level aesthetics. Following trends creates psychological safety. It reduces uncertainty. It signals membership within the group. The person feels connected to something larger than themselves. And honestly, many people have never fully developed a stable internal identity outside of social feedback. That is why imitation becomes so common. If someone does not deeply know who they are, the outside world starts shaping that identity for them automatically. Personalities become assembled from fragments of social influence, a little from friends, a little from influencers, a little from cultural expectations, a little from whatever currently receives admiration online. Eventually, the person starts feeling strangely disconnected without understanding why. Because copied identities often create external belonging while weakening internal authenticity. You can feel this happening in conversations sometimes. People repeating opinions they have never deeply thought about. Using phrases that sound socially approved but emotionally empty. Performing personalities that seem polished but strangely artificial. It is not always intentional manipulation. Often it is unconscious adaptation. Humans mirror each other constantly because social synchronization creates safety. But there is a darker side to this. The more someone depends on external validation to shape identity, the more fragile their sense of self becomes. Their confidence rises and falls based on social feedback. Their opinions shift depending on the environment. Their personality changes around different groups because acceptance matters more than authenticity. This creates an exhausting psychological state where the person slowly loses connection with their own internal compass. And the internet rewards this fragmentation perfectly. Algorithms amplify imitation because familiar behavior spreads faster. Extreme opinions spread faster. Emotionally charged content spreads faster. People unconsciously adapt to what gains visibility, because visibility now feels psychologically linked to value. The result is a world where many people are no longer expressing themselves naturally. They are curating themselves socially. And after enough time, the line between authenticity and performance becomes blurry. Some people become so shaped by trends, validation, and social influence that silence starts feeling uncomfortable because there is no external feedback telling them who to be in that moment. Without the crowd, without the algorithm, without the approval system, they feel strangely undefined. That feeling terrifies people more than they admit, because building a real identity requires separation from the group at times. It requires disagreement, solitude, uncertainty, the willingness to risk judgment while figuring out what actually feels true to you, instead of what keeps you socially protected. And most people avoid that process entirely. Not because they are weak, because standing psychologically alone can feel like social death to a nervous system that evolved to survive through belonging. So instead, people copy. They copy opinions because certainty feels safer than questioning. They copy trends because fitting in feels safer than standing out. They copy personalities because constructing a socially accepted self feels easier than confronting the terrifying question underneath it all. Who am I when there is nobody left to imitate? One of the most unsettling realizations a person can have is noticing how often honesty is punished while performance gets rewarded. Not always openly, usually subtly. The person who hides exhaustion behind confidence gets admired for being driven. The person who suppresses emotion gets praised for being strong. The person who constantly performs happiness becomes socially desirable even while privately falling apart. Meanwhile, genuine vulnerability often makes people uncomfortable. Real confusion makes people lose status. Honest insecurity can instantly change how others perceive you. So people learn very quickly what society actually rewards. not truth. Presentation. From childhood, human beings are trained into performance in ways that feel completely normal. In school, children are rewarded for correct answers more than honest curiosity. At work, professionalism often means emotional suppression. Online visibility depends heavily on image management. Everywhere people look, there is pressure to appear composed, productive, attractive, successful, emotionally stable, and socially valuable. The performance becomes constant. And because everyone else is performing too, it starts feeling like reality itself. That is the dangerous part. Most people are not interacting with each other authentically. They are interacting through carefully managed identities. Professional masks, social masks, relationship masks, online masks, different versions designed to succeed in different environments. Over time, the line between genuine self-expression and strategic self-presentation becomes incredibly blurred. Social media intensified this beyond anything humans were psychologically prepared for. For most of history, people existed within relatively small communities where identity developed through direct lived experience. Now identity is partially constructed through endless observation and comparison. People watch thousands of curated lives every week. Highlight reels, filtered personalities, controlled images designed for approval. The brain absorbs this constantly. And slowly, many people stop asking themselves what feels true and start asking what looks successful. That shift changes everything. Instead of experiencing emotions naturally, people begin managing how emotions appear publicly. Instead of pursuing fulfillment, many pursue visibility. Even authenticity itself becomes performative sometimes because vulnerability can now generate attention, status, and social currency online. The modern world rewards emotional branding almost as much as genuine humanity. And underneath this is a brutal psychological reality. Humans adapt to reward systems automatically. If certain behaviors create approval, status, money, attention, or belonging, the brain reinforces those behaviors. Neuroscience refers to this through reinforcement learning. Dopamine strengthens actions associated with reward. Over time, repeated social reinforcement shapes personality, habits, and even emotional expression. That means many people unconsciously become whatever receives validation most consistently. The successful worker, the entertaining personality, the attractive image, the emotionally controlled person, the endlessly positive person. Even suffering gets edited into socially acceptable forms. People post breakdowns with polished captions. Pain becomes content. Vulnerability becomes curated. And because everyone else is doing the same thing, the performance starts feeling normal instead of psychologically exhausting. But the nervous system still feels the disconnect underneath it. That is why so many people feel strangely empty despite constant connection and visibility. They are receiving validation for versions of themselves that may not fully feel real. The outside world rewards the image, while the internal self remains emotionally neglected. And honestly, modern society makes slowing down to question this incredibly difficult, because performance keeps life functioning. The employee keeps producing. The influencer keeps posting. The parent keeps holding everything together. The student keeps achieving. Everyone stays busy maintaining identities that appear functional from the outside, even while many privately feel disconnected from themselves. There is also a hidden social risk attached to truth that people rarely talk about. Truth destabilizes systems. A person who suddenly becomes honest about burnout threatens workplaces built around overwork. Someone rejecting social expectations threatens group norms. Honest emotion disrupts environments built on emotional control. Authenticity can force uncomfortable conversations that performance conveniently avoids. That is why many institutions quietly reward compliance over honesty, not necessarily through evil intent, through psychological comfort. Predictable people are easier to manage. People who suppress themselves create less disruption. Individuals who continue performing despite emotional exhaustion keep systems operating smoothly. So society often praises people for tolerating conditions that are slowly damaging them internally. You can see this in phrases people admire automatically. Keep pushing. Stay strong. Do not complain. Grind harder. Never show weakness. A lot of modern motivation culture is simply emotional suppression repackaged as discipline. And while discipline absolutely matters, there is a difference between resilience and self-abandonment. Many people cross that line without noticing because external reward keeps reinforcing the behavior. The promotions come, the praise comes, the approval comes. But internally something starts deteriorating. The person feels emotionally absent from their own life. Because performance requires constant self-monitoring, constant awareness of how you appear, constant adjustment based on external reaction. Over time, many people lose touch with spontaneous emotion, genuine desire, and internal clarity because they are always managing perception instead of experiencing reality directly. This creates a strange loneliness that exists even around other people. When someone feels loved only for their performance, they quietly wonder whether the real version of themselves would receive the same acceptance. The successful person wonders if people would still admire them without achievement. The funny person wonders if anyone would stay during sadness. The calm person fears becoming emotionally honest because everyone depends on their stability. So they continue performing, and society keeps rewarding it. That is why many people fear authenticity more than exhaustion. At least the performance creates approval. Truth creates uncertainty. If someone fully stopped acting, stopped editing, stopped shaping themselves around expectation, they might lose status, relationships, admiration, or belonging. And for the human nervous system, those losses can feel terrifyingly real. But eventually, many people reach a point where the psychological cost becomes impossible to ignore. The anxiety, the numbness, the burnout, the strange feeling that life has become more about maintaining an image than actually living. That is when the deeper realization finally appears. A person can become highly successful at performing and still feel completely disconnected from who they actually are underneath it all. People love talking about potential until they get close to actually confronting their own. Then something strange happens. They hesitate, they procrastinate, distract themselves, overthink every decision, stay attached to routines that keep them emotionally safe. They say they want more from life while unconsciously avoiding the very actions that could change everything. At first it looks like laziness, but most of the time it is fear. Not fear of failure, fear of what success would force them to become. That is the hidden reason untapped potential terrifies so many people. Potential sounds exciting in theory because it exists safely in imagination. As long as someone never fully tries, they can keep believing they could have become anything. The fantasy stays alive, but the moment real effort begins, the fantasy risks colliding with reality, and reality removes excuses. Once you genuinely pursue your potential, you can no longer hide behind what if. You either grow or you confront your limits directly. That confrontation feels psychologically threatening because identity becomes involved. Most people build a stable sense of self around what feels familiar. Their habits, environment, relationships, routines, and beliefs all reinforce a certain version of who they think they are. Untapped potential threatens that stability because growth requires transformation, and transformation creates uncertainty. The human brain does not naturally love uncertainty, even when the outcome could improve life dramatically. Your nervous system is designed to prioritize familiarity over possibility because familiarity feels safer. Psychologists sometimes call this status quo bias. People instinctively prefer what is known over what is unknown, even when the known situation causes dissatisfaction. That is why people stay emotionally attached to lives they secretly complain about. The familiar suffering feels manageable. Potential feels unpredictable. And unpredictability triggers fear. You can see this in almost every area of life. Someone dreams about starting a business for years, but never fully commits because failure would damage their self-image. Another person stays in an unfulfilling relationship because becoming independent feels emotionally overwhelming. Someone with talent avoids fully applying themselves because as long as they never truly try, they never have to discover what they are actually capable of. Potential creates pressure because once you recognize that a larger version of yourself might exist, staying small starts feeling psychologically uncomfortable. And strangely, many people would rather protect their current identity than face the responsibility of becoming more. There is also a darker layer underneath this fear that most people never talk about. Growth threatens existing relationships. The moment someone seriously changes, the social environment often reacts. Friends may become uncomfortable. Family dynamics may shift. Old habits stop fitting. People who benefited from your insecurity may resist your confidence. Even success itself can create isolation because growth naturally changes compatibility between people. The nervous system notices this risk immediately. Remember, humans evolved to survive through belonging. Anything that threatens social connection can feel dangerous at a biological level. So when someone begins approaching their potential, part of the mind starts asking unconscious questions. What if people resent me? What if I outgrow my environment? What if becoming successful makes me alone? Those fears sound irrational until you realize how deeply social approval affects human psychology. Many people unconsciously limit themselves to preserve connection. They stay relatable, stay small, stay predictable, not because they lack ability, but because expansion threatens familiarity within their social world. And this creates an exhausting internal conflict. Part of the person wants growth, another part wants safety. One side imagines freedom, impact, creativity, fulfillment. The other side fears rejection, uncertainty, pressure, and responsibility. So instead of fully moving forward, many people remain suspended in endless preparation, thinking instead of acting, planning instead of risking, talking instead of becoming. Because staying stuck preserves psychological comfort, potential also forces people to confront painful truths about time. Deep down, many people sense they are capable of more than the life they are currently living. But fully acknowledging that creates discomfort because it raises difficult questions. How many years have I already wasted? How much of my life was shaped by fear? What happens if I keep avoiding myself? Those questions can trigger intense anxiety because they challenge identity and personal narratives simultaneously. The brain wants coherence. It wants to believe life makes sense. But confronting untapped potential often reveals how much self-limitation came from conditioning, fear, or emotional avoidance rather than actual inability. That realization can feel brutal, especially because many people secretly attach their worth to unrealized potential instead of actual action. Potential becomes comforting because it protects self-esteem. Someone can say they could have written the book, started the company, changed their life, pursued the dream. But possibility without action creates a psychological illusion of safety. No rejection, no failure, no exposure, just endless imagination. The tragedy is that unrealized potential slowly turns into quiet regret over time. At first, avoidance feels harmless. Then years pass. The person becomes busier, older, more distracted, more emotionally tired. Responsibilities increase. Fear deepens. Eventually, they stop consciously thinking about their potential altogether because confronting it hurts too much. But the nervous system still feels the tension underneath. That strange restlessness many people carry is not always anxiety alone. Sometimes it is unused capability pressing against a life built around emotional safety instead of truth. And modern society unintentionally reinforces this avoidance constantly. Endless entertainment keeps people distracted. Comparison creates insecurity. Algorithms reward comfort and repetition over deep personal growth. People become passive consumers of other people's lives while quietly postponing their own transformation. Because transformation requires discomfort. There is no version of becoming fully yourself that does not involve uncertainty. No path toward potential that avoids risk entirely. Growth demands the death of old identities, old habits, old beliefs, and sometimes even old relationships. And honestly, that is what people are truly afraid of. Not becoming powerful, becoming unfamiliar to themselves. Because once someone starts stepping into their potential, they can never fully return to the smaller identity that once kept them psychologically protected. Most people think they want freedom, but what they actually want is freedom without losing belonging. And that combination is where the internal conflict begins, because the human mind is constantly pulled in two directions that do not naturally cooperate. One system is deeply social. It wants connection, approval, acceptance, and emotional safety within a group. The other system is deeply individual. It wants autonomy, self-expression, exploration, and the ability to become something beyond expectation. Belonging says stay where you are understood. Freedom says become who you really are. And those two voices often do not agree. This tension starts early in life, long before people can articulate it. As children, belonging is not optional, it is survival. A child depends entirely on caregivers for emotional and physical safety, so the nervous system becomes highly sensitive to approval and rejection. Every smile, every correction, every withdrawal of attention becomes meaningful data for shaping behavior. Without realizing it, the child begins learning a powerful rule. Being accepted matters more than being authentic. If certain behaviors create warmth and connection, they get repeated. If other behaviors create tension or distance, they get suppressed. Over time, the child builds an identity that maximizes safety within their environment. This is not conscious manipulation. It is biological adaptation. But that adaptation does not disappear in adulthood. It becomes the foundation of personality. So later in life, when a person starts feeling the pull toward freedom, something inside them resists. Not because freedom is dangerous in itself, but because freedom threatens the systems that were built to maintain belonging. That is where the internal battle begins. You can see it in small everyday decisions. The urge to speak honestly versus the fear of how it will be received. the desire to change career paths versus the fear of disappointing others, the impulse to set boundaries versus the anxiety of being seen as difficult, the wish to be fully yourself versus the fear of social rejection. Freedom asks a person to risk disconnection. Belonging asks a person to stay predictable. And predictability becomes emotionally comforting because it preserves relationships, even when those relationships require self-suppression. This is why so many people live split lives. A public self that maintains acceptance. A private self that holds unexpressed truth. The more a person leans into belonging, the more they may sacrifice freedom. The more they lean into freedom, the more they risk tension within their social world. And because humans are neurologically wired to prioritize connection, belonging often wins by default, even when it creates inner frustration. Psychology helps explain why this conflict feels so intense. The brain treats social rejection as a threat response. When someone imagines losing approval or being excluded, the nervous system can activate stress pathways similar to physical danger. That is why even small disapproval can feel disproportionately painful. So when freedom requires potential rejection, the body reacts before logic can intervene. It is not a philosophical decision. It is a biological one. That is why many people unconsciously choose roles that preserve belonging even when those roles feel limiting. The dependable one, the easygoing one, the successful one, the caretaker, the peacemaker. These identities often form because they reduce social friction. They make relationships stable. They make life predictable. But they also create a quiet sense of restriction. Because somewhere underneath, there is always a part of the person that wonders what would happen if they stopped performing those roles. That is the voice of freedom, and it rarely speaks loudly. It appears in moments of dissatisfaction that are hard to explain. A feeling of being boxed in despite having everything together. A sense that life is functioning, but not fully aligned. A subtle resentment toward obligations that once felt normal. A quiet curiosity about alternative versions of life that were never pursued. The conflict is not always dramatic. Often it is just constant tension between comfort and truth. Belonging offers emotional stability, but sometimes at the cost of authenticity. Freedom offers authenticity, but sometimes at the cost of stability. So people try to negotiate between the two, adjusting themselves depending on pressure, environment, and emotional need. In some contexts, they choose safety. In others, they experiment with honesty. But rarely do people feel fully free or fully secure at the same time. And that is where internal division forms. A person begins to feel like they are negotiating with themselves constantly. One part wants approval. Another wants self-expression. One part wants peace. Another wants expansion. This internal split can create confusion about identity because decisions are no longer guided by a single internal compass. Instead, they are guided by competing survival instincts. Over time, this can lead to emotional exhaustion, not because life is objectively overwhelming, but because internal decision-making is constantly conflicted. Every choice carries hidden social calculations. Every action includes awareness of how it might affect relationships. Even simple honesty can feel weighted. And yet, complete freedom without belonging is also psychologically difficult for most people. Humans are not designed for isolation. Even those who value independence still need connection to feel emotionally grounded. Total detachment can create loneliness, disorientation, and loss of meaning. So neither extreme fully works. The real struggle is not choosing between belonging and freedom. It is trying to hold both without losing yourself in either. But most people never consciously recognize this tension. They simply feel it as anxiety, dissatisfaction, or restlessness. They think something is wrong with them, when in reality they are navigating two deeply human needs that constantly pull in opposite directions. And that internal push and pull quietly shapes decisions for years. Careers chosen for approval, relationships maintained for stability, dreams postponed for safety, self-expression softened for acceptance. Meanwhile, the desire for freedom never fully disappears. It just becomes quieter, but still present, always reminding the person that beyond all the roles they perform, there is another version of them that wants to exist without negotiation, without permission, and without fear of losing belonging in order to finally become real. A surprising number of people look completely fine on the outside and still feel like they are secretly pretending in their own life. Not in a dramatic, movie-style way. In a quiet, persistent way, like they are participating in something they never fully qualified for. This feeling has a name in psychology: imposter phenomenon. But the label does not fully capture the emotional texture of it, because for many people, it is not just about doubting their skills. It is a deeper sense of disconnect between who they appear to be and what they feel like internally when nobody is watching. The strange part is that this feeling often shows up in people who are objectively doing well. Successful careers, stable relationships, external validation, achievements that other people admire. And yet, in private, there is this lingering sense of not quite being real, like they are performing competence instead of naturally embodying it, like they are maintaining a version of themselves rather than living as one. One reason this happens is that many people learn identity through performance long before they learn identity through self-awareness. From childhood onward, approval becomes a feedback system. Do this and get praise. Do that and get attention. Avoid this and reduce criticism. Over time, behavior becomes shaped around external response instead of internal clarity. So the person learns what works socially before they learn what feels true internally. That gap matters more than most people realize, because when external success starts increasing, but internal self-connection does not fully develop alongside it, the mind struggles to reconcile the difference. People assume that if they were truly qualified, confident, or legitimate, they would feel consistent on the inside. But instead, they notice hesitation, doubt, emotional distance, or confusion about their own competence. So they conclude something must be wrong with them. But often nothing is wrong. It is just that the identity being lived is partially built from adaptation rather than grounded self-understanding. Another layer comes from how quickly humans normalize their own achievements. What once felt difficult becomes routine. What once required intense effort becomes automated. But the internal memory of effort still exists. So the mind remembers struggling to get here, while the outside world sees someone who appears fully established. That contrast creates cognitive tension. Inside, it still feels like the early version of themselves. Outside, everyone responds as if they are already the finished version. That mismatch can quietly create the feeling of being a fraud. There is also something deeper happening in how people evaluate themselves. Many individuals assume confidence should feel like certainty. That competence should feel like fearlessness. That success should feel like internal stability. But in reality, most human performance is built on learning, adaptation, and ongoing uncertainty. Even experts doubt themselves internally. Even skilled people feel unprepared sometimes. Even confident individuals experience moments of uncertainty. But most people only see the external performance of others, not the internal experience. So they compare their inner uncertainty to other people's outer presentation. That comparison creates a distorted sense of reality where everyone else seems more certain, more qualified, more legitimate. And this distortion reinforces the feeling of being an imposter. Social media intensifies this further. People are constantly exposed to curated versions of others that highlight success while hiding struggle. The result is a world where competence appears effortless, even though it rarely is. When someone only sees polished outcomes, their own messy internal process starts to feel abnormal. But internally, everyone is still improvising to some degree. Another important factor is emotional masking. Many people learn to present a socially acceptable version of themselves even when they do not fully feel aligned with it. Calm when stressed, confident when uncertain, friendly when tired, capable when overwhelmed. Over time, this creates a split between external presentation and internal experience. The more that split grows, the more unreal a person can feel to themselves. Because the internal self is aware of struggle, doubt, and fluctuation, while the external self is constantly required to appear stable and coherent. Holding both at once creates a subtle psychological strain, not enough to collapse someone, but enough to create a constant background sense of inauthenticity. That is where the private feeling of being a fraud often comes from. Not from actually deceiving others, but from repeatedly overriding internal experience in order to maintain external expectations. There is also a cultural element that quietly reinforces this. Modern society tends to reward certainty. People who speak confidently are often perceived as more competent, even when they are not. People who express doubt are sometimes seen as less capable, even when they are accurate. So many individuals learn to perform certainty as a survival strategy. But performing certainty does not eliminate uncertainty inside. It just hides it, and what is hidden does not disappear. It accumulates. So a person may appear composed in public while privately feeling unstable, unsure, or emotionally disconnected from the identity they are presenting. Over time, this can create a strange psychological experience where achievements feel external rather than internal, like they belong to a version of the self that is being watched, not lived. That is where the sense of fraudulence deepens. Because success feels real in outcomes, but not fully integrated in identity. Another subtle layer is that growth itself creates internal lag. People change faster externally than their self-concept can update. Someone may already be operating at a higher level of skill or responsibility, but internally still identify with an earlier, less capable version of themselves. That delay creates a mismatch between behavior and self-perception, and the mind fills that gap with doubt. So they think, if I really belonged here, I would feel different. But identity does not always update at the same speed as reality. There is also a fear many people carry silently. The fear that if they stopped trying so hard, everything would collapse. That their success is fragile. That they are one mistake away from being exposed as less capable than people believe. This fear is rarely grounded in actual incompetence. It is often rooted in years of self-pressure and comparison. So even when things are going well, the mind stays alert, monitoring, checking, questioning. And that constant internal vigilance makes it difficult to feel settled in any identity for long. The result is a strange paradox. From the outside, A person may look like they are fully established in their life. From the inside, they may feel like they are still trying to catch up to the version of themselves everyone else seems to see. Not because they are fake, but because they are aware of every step it took to get here, every uncertainty along the way, and every gap between how they feel internally and how they are expected to appear externally. And that awareness, when left unspoken, often becomes the quiet experience of feeling like a fraud in your own life. Shame rarely announces itself. It does not feel like a clear emotion at first. It feels more like tightening, hesitation, a sudden urge to disappear after saying something awkward, a quiet voice that says you should not have done that. Over time, that small internal reaction becomes something much bigger. Not loud, not dramatic, just constantly present underneath identity. And most people never realize how much of who they are was shaped by it. Shame is one of the earliest emotional teachers in human life. Long before a child understands logic, they understand reaction. A caregiver's tone, a disappointed look, laughter from others, sudden silence after a mistake. The brain reads all of this as social information, and because belonging is essential in early development, the nervous system treats disapproval as something close to danger. So the child learns quickly. Do more of this, do less of that, hide this part. Be more like this version. Not through instruction, but through emotional feedback loops. And that is where identity begins to quietly form around avoidance. Avoiding embarrassment, avoiding rejection, avoiding being seen in the wrong way. Shame becomes a shaping force because it does not just say something is wrong. It says something is wrong with you. That distinction matters deeply. Guilt focuses on behavior. Shame targets identity. So instead of thinking I did something bad, the internal message becomes I am bad or I am not acceptable in this state. That subtle shift changes everything. Because once shame is linked to identity, the mind starts building strategies to prevent exposure. People become careful not only in what they do, but in what they express, desire, and reveal about themselves. Over time, entire personality traits form around emotional protection. For example, a child shamed for speaking too loudly may grow into an adult who avoids attention, even when they have something valuable to say. Someone mocked for emotional expression may learn to suppress feelings and present calmness instead. A person criticized for mistakes may become perfectionistic, not because they love precision, but because error feels emotionally unsafe. These are not random traits, they are adaptations to shame. And because they develop early, they feel like personality rather than survival strategy. That is what makes shame so powerful. It disguises conditioning as identity. As life continues, these internal rules become automatic. People stop noticing them as choices. They just feel like personality limits. I am not confident. I am not expressive. I am not good at speaking up. I am just this kind of person. But often, what feels like personality is actually a history of emotional correction repeated enough times to become internalized. Shame also shapes how people relate to visibility. Being seen becomes emotionally complicated. Not because attention itself is bad, but because attention increases exposure. And exposure increases the risk of judgment. So people learn to regulate how much of themselves they reveal. Some become highly expressive in safe contexts, but withdraw in uncertain ones. Others carefully curate social identity to avoid criticism altogether. Even success can become emotionally uncomfortable when shame is present, because success increases visibility, and visibility increases evaluation. So a person might achieve something meaningful and immediately feel pressure instead of satisfaction. Not because achievement is negative, but because being noticed activates old emotional patterns tied to being judged or measured. This is why many people struggle to enjoy recognition fully. There is often a second reaction underneath pride, a subtle tightening, a sense of being watched, a quiet fear of being found lacking. Shame does not always disappear when circumstances improve. It often follows achievement and adapts to new environments. Another way shame shapes identity is through comparison. When people repeatedly compare themselves to others, especially in environments like school, work, or social media, they begin to internalize a ranking system. Instead of asking, "What do I value?" the mind starts asking, "Where do I stand?" And shame fills the gap between those two questions. If someone feels behind, shame interprets that as personal deficiency rather than situational difference. If someone is not performing as well as others, shame turns that into identity language. I am less than. I am not enough. I am not doing life correctly. Over time, this creates a quiet background belief that other people are more legitimate versions of being human. That belief is rarely conscious, but it influences behavior constantly. It can make people overprepare for simple tasks, avoid expressing opinions, apologize excessively, downplay achievements, or constantly seek reassurance before acting, not because they lack ability, but because shame has trained them to doubt their own legitimacy. One of the most subtle effects of shame is that it encourages hiding instead of processing. Instead of feeling an emotion fully, people often try to conceal it quickly. Instead of admitting confusion, they mask it with certainty. Instead of expressing need, they suppress it. Over time, this creates emotional fragmentation. The person becomes skilled at managing appearance, but disconnected from internal experience. And the more hidden parts accumulate, the more internal distance grows. That is when people start feeling like they do not fully know themselves anymore. Not because identity disappeared, but because too much of it was organized around avoidance. Avoiding judgment, avoiding rejection, avoiding exposure, avoiding anything that could trigger shame again. This is also why shame is strongly linked to perfectionism. If mistakes have been emotionally punished in the past, the mind learns to reduce risk by increasing control. Do it perfectly or do not do it at all. This strategy feels safe in the short term, but creates long-term restriction. It reduces experimentation, spontaneity, and growth, because anything uncertain feels like potential exposure. Even relationships can be shaped by shame. People may hide needs to avoid being seen as needy, hide boundaries to avoid being seen as difficult, hide emotions to avoid being seen as unstable. Slowly, connection becomes based on partial self-presentation rather than full presence. And yet, despite all of this, shame is not purely destructive. At its core, it is a social emotion. It signals awareness of belonging, of impact, of how actions affect others. In healthy amounts, it supports empathy and social learning. The problem arises when shame becomes identity-based rather than behavior-based, when it shifts from "I did something that could be improved" to "I am fundamentally flawed for being seen." That is, when it starts shaping personality in hidden ways. Because once someone believes their core self is unacceptable, they stop exploring who they could become freely. They start managing how they are perceived instead of discovering who they actually are. Life becomes less about expression and more about protection. And most of this happens quietly, not as a single defining moment, but as thousands of small emotional adjustments made over years, until one day, A person looks at their own life and realizes that many of their strongest traits, habits, and insecurities were not consciously chosen at all. They were shaped by shame, learning how to keep them socially safe long before they ever realized they had the power to question it. Most people say they want honesty in relationships. They say they value openness, emotional depth, and real connection. But the moment vulnerability actually appears in front of them, something changes. The atmosphere becomes tense. People get uncomfortable. Some pull away emotionally. Others immediately try to fix the feeling or change the subject. Because vulnerability sounds beautiful in theory, but emotionally it feels dangerous. Not only to the person expressing it, to the people witnessing it too. Vulnerability means exposure. It means allowing another person to see something uncertain, unfinished, emotional, insecure, or deeply real before knowing how they will respond. And for the human nervous system, that creates risk. Social risk, emotional risk, identity risk. The brain does not experience vulnerability as a neutral act. It experiences it as loss of control. When you reveal something deeply personal, you temporarily surrender your ability to fully manage how another person sees you. They now have information that could increase closeness or create rejection, acceptance or judgment, understanding or distance. That uncertainty is what makes vulnerability feel threatening, especially in a world where people are constantly managing perception. From early childhood, humans learn which emotions are socially rewarded and which create discomfort. Confidence gets admired. Emotional control gets respected. Composure creates safety. But uncertainty, fear, sadness, insecurity, or neediness often receive more complicated reactions. Sometimes support. Sometimes discomfort. Sometimes subtle rejection. The nervous system remembers those reactions, so people adapt. A child who gets ignored when emotional may stop expressing vulnerability altogether. Someone mocked for sensitivity may become emotionally guarded. A person who opened up once and got rejected may unconsciously associate honesty with danger. Over time, the brain builds protective strategies to reduce future emotional exposure. That is why many adults become highly skilled at controlled vulnerability. They reveal enough to appear open, but not enough to feel truly exposed. Enough honesty to maintain connection, not enough honesty to risk destabilizing it. This creates relationships where people are emotionally present on the surface, but deeply hidden underneath. They talk. They spend time together. They perform intimacy. But certain fears, insecurities, desires, or wounds remain carefully protected because revealing them feels unsafe. And the strange part is that both people often sense the distance without fully understanding it, because genuine vulnerability creates a type of emotional unpredictability that many nervous systems struggle to tolerate. It disrupts social roles. It interrupts performance. It exposes the parts of a person that cannot be fully controlled or polished. That exposure feels socially dangerous because human beings are wired to monitor status and belonging constantly. When someone appears vulnerable, part of the brain automatically asks unconscious questions. Will this lower how others see me? Will they think I am weak? Will they lose respect for me? Will this make me harder to love? Those fears are not irrational. Social perception has always mattered deeply in human survival. Historically, status and belonging influenced protection, cooperation, and access to resources. So emotional exposure became psychologically tied to risk. That ancient wiring still shapes modern behavior. It is one reason why people often share vulnerability selectively. They calculate emotional safety before revealing deeper parts of themselves. Some never fully reveal them at all. They become highly functional externally while carrying entire emotional worlds privately, and modern culture often reinforces this protection. Many social environments reward image management more than emotional honesty. People are encouraged to appear composed, confident, independent, and emotionally resilient. Struggle is acceptable only in controlled doses. Too much uncertainty or emotional need can quickly shift how someone is perceived socially, so people learn to package vulnerability carefully. Even online, emotional openness is often curated. Pain gets edited into language that feels socially digestible. Sadness becomes aesthetic. Insecurity becomes self-aware humor. Real vulnerability gets filtered through performance because complete honesty still feels risky. And underneath all of this is another fear people rarely admit. Vulnerability creates dependence. The moment you emotionally reveal yourself to someone, their response starts mattering to you. Their acceptance feels meaningful. Their rejection feels painful. The more emotionally exposed you become, the more another person gains the ability to affect your internal state. That level of openness can feel terrifying, especially for people who learned early that emotional dependence leads to disappointment, abandonment, or shame. So instead of risking full exposure, many people choose emotional self-protection. They stay emotionally intelligent but guarded, caring but detached, honest but edited, close but not fully known. This creates a strange contradiction in modern life. People deeply crave authentic connection while simultaneously fearing the vulnerability required to create it. Because connection without vulnerability stays partial. But vulnerability without safety feels threatening, and safety itself is difficult because humans are unpredictable. Some people respond to openness with empathy. Others respond with discomfort, avoidance, or judgment. The nervous system knows this from experience, so it stays cautious. Another reason vulnerability feels dangerous is because it threatens identity. Many people spend years building social identities around competence, strength, independence, or emotional control. Vulnerability temporarily interrupts those identities. It reveals uncertainty underneath them. That interruption can feel destabilizing, not only socially, but internally. A person who always appears strong may feel disoriented admitting fear. Someone who identifies as independent may struggle to express emotional need. Vulnerability forces confrontation with parts of the self that are usually hidden beneath performance, and performance often feels safer than truth. Because performance is manageable, vulnerability is not. You cannot fully predict how another person will react. You cannot guarantee understanding. You cannot control whether honesty creates closeness or distance. That uncertainty keeps many people emotionally restrained even in relationships they deeply value. Over time, this emotional restraint creates loneliness that is difficult to explain. Not physical loneliness, psychological loneliness. The feeling of being surrounded by people while still remaining partially unseen. Because people are interacting with your protected self instead of your exposed self. And the longer someone lives this way, the more vulnerability starts feeling unfamiliar instead of natural. Emotional openness begins triggering anxiety because the nervous system associates exposure with instability. So people retreat back into roles that feel safer. The calm one, the funny one, the capable one, the easygoing one. Anything predictable enough to reduce emotional risk. But underneath those performances, the desire for genuine connection never fully disappears. Humans are relational by nature. The need to be understood, accepted, and emotionally known runs incredibly deep. That is why vulnerability continues pulling at people despite the fear attached to it. Because somewhere underneath all the social conditioning, the nervous system still hopes for something almost everyone secretly wants: to reveal the unfiltered self completely and discover that connection survives the truth instead of disappearing because of it. Most people are not confused about what they want. They are afraid of what it would mean if they admitted it out loud. That is the part they rarely say to anyone, even to themselves, because desire feels simple in the mind, but dangerous in a social context. It is not just a private feeling. It becomes something that could be evaluated, criticized, misunderstood, or rejected the moment it is shared. So people learn to filter their desires long before they express them, not because they do not know what they want, but because they know how other people might respond to it. This is where the fear of judgment begins to quietly shape identity. A child expresses a desire and immediately receives feedback from the world. Some desires are encouraged, some are ignored, some are laughed at, some are corrected. Over time, the brain starts categorizing wants into safe and unsafe, acceptable and risky, admirable and embarrassing, and slowly, desire itself becomes edited. People stop asking what they truly want in an open way. Instead, they begin asking what is realistic, what is socially approved, what is respectable, what will not create conflict, what will not lead to disappointment from others. And the original desire gets buried under layers of social calculation. This is why so many people feel disconnected from what they actually want, not because the desire disappeared, but because it became too socially expensive to fully acknowledge. The fear of judgment turns desire into something that feels private even within one's own mind. A person might want freedom, but fear being seen as irresponsible. They might want intimacy, but fear being seen as needy. They might want success, but fear being seen as arrogant. They might want a completely different life path, but fear being seen as unrealistic or unstable. So instead of expressing desire directly, people translate it into safer language. I should probably. It might be better if. I am not sure, but maybe. These phrases are emotional protection. They soften desire, so it does not attract too much attention or criticism. They allow people to keep wanting something without fully exposing themselves to judgment for wanting it. Because judgment does not just target actions, it targets identity. If someone says, "I want this," and it gets rejected socially, it can feel like the person themselves is being rejected, not just the idea. That is why even small expressions of desire can feel high stakes in certain environments. And the nervous system reacts accordingly. There is a quiet anticipation of evaluation, a subtle tension before speaking honestly, a monitoring of tone, reaction, and possible consequences. The mind begins simulating how others might respond before the desire is even fully spoken. What will they think? Will this sound selfish? Will I lose respect? Will they see me differently? This internal simulation often happens so quickly that people mistake it for intuition. But it is really social conditioning running in the background. And over time, this conditioning leads to self-censorship. People begin to shape their desires around what feels socially safe rather than what feels internally alive. They choose paths that are easier to explain, goals that are easier to justify, dreams that will not create awkward conversations, and eventually they lose track of the original impulse altogether. Not because it was never real, but because it was never fully allowed to exist without judgment. One of the most powerful forms of fear is anticipatory judgment. The fear of what others might think before anything has even happened. It creates invisible boundaries around identity. You stop yourself before anyone else has the chance to stop you. You become your own gatekeeper. And this is why many people feel internally restricted, even in situations where nobody is actively controlling them. The control is internalized. A person might be alone in their room, completely free, and still hesitate to admit what they truly want because the imagined reactions of others are still present in their mind. Family expectations, cultural standards, social comparison, past experiences of being dismissed or misunderstood. All of it becomes an internal audience. So even private desire feels socially observed. That creates a strange psychological tension. The self wants expression, but the imagined social system evaluates everything in advance. Over time, this can lead to a split between what a person privately longs for and what they publicly allow themselves to pursue. And the gap between those two creates emotional friction. Not always dramatic, often subtle. A sense of dissatisfaction that is hard to explain. A feeling that life is moving in a direction that is acceptable but not fully aligned. A quiet awareness that certain parts of the self are not being acted on. Many people interpret this as confusion, but it is often clarity that has been suppressed. Because underneath the fear, most desires are actually quite direct. Change careers, create something meaningful, leave something limiting, express something honest, pursue something emotionally real. But clarity becomes complicated when judgment is expected. So people stay in negotiation with themselves instead of commitment. They keep desires in a suspended state where they are acknowledged but not fully lived. And this is where the fear becomes most powerful. Not at the moment of action, but at the moment of honesty. Because once a desire is fully acknowledged without filtering it for approval, it creates responsibility. You can no longer pretend you do not know. You can no longer say it is unclear. You can no longer hide behind uncertainty. And that is exactly what many people are avoiding. Not the desire itself, but the moment it becomes real enough to be seen, judged, and potentially challenged by others. So they stay quiet, not because they lack direction, but because they are trying to protect themselves from the emotional cost of being fully seen while wanting something that might not be easily accepted. Most people assume love automatically removes hiding. If someone is close to you, you should be able to say anything, think anything, be fully transparent. But in reality, some of the strongest emotional filtering happens inside the closest relationships. Not because people do not trust their loved ones, but because they care what those relationships cost. The closer someone is to you, the more weight their reaction carries. A stranger's judgment is temporary. It passes quickly. But a loved one's judgment can linger in the emotional system for a long time. It can affect how you see yourself, how safe you feel, and how connected you feel to that relationship afterward. So the mind becomes careful. It starts editing thoughts before they become words. This is not always a conscious decision. It is often automatic. The nervous system learns over time which thoughts feel safe to express and which ones might create tension, misunderstanding, or emotional distance. And once that pattern is established, it runs quietly in the background of almost every conversation, even when nothing is wrong. One of the main reasons this happens is emotional risk management. In close relationships, honesty does not just communicate information, it can change dynamics. If you express disappointment, it might create guilt. If you express desire, it might create pressure. If you express doubt, it might create insecurity. If you express conflict, it might create tension. So the brain weighs not just what is true, but what is safe to share. And sometimes safety wins over truth. This is especially strong in people who grew up in environments where emotional expression had consequences. If honesty led to criticism, withdrawal, or conflict in childhood, the nervous system learns to associate truth with potential relational instability. That learning does not disappear in adulthood. It simply becomes more subtle. So even in loving relationships, a part of the mind remains cautious. Not because the present environment is unsafe, but because the emotional system is referencing older patterns of risk. This creates what psychologists sometimes describe as internalized monitoring, a constant background process that evaluates how much of the self is appropriate to reveal in any given moment, not in a dramatic way, in small, almost invisible adjustments, choosing softer words, leaving out certain emotions, changing tone slightly, delaying honesty until it feels safer. Over time, these micro-adjustments become identity patterns. People begin to experience themselves as someone who is naturally reserved, easygoing, or private, without realizing how much of that personality is actually shaped by emotional caution rather than true preference. Another reason people hide thoughts from loved ones is the fear of relational impact. In close relationships, honesty does not exist in isolation. It has consequences. Saying I am unhappy might change how the relationship is seen. Saying I feel distant might create anxiety in the other person. Saying I disagree might challenge harmony that took time to build. So people often prioritize emotional stability in the relationship over full self-expression. Not out of dishonesty, out of preservation. They are trying to protect the connection, even if it means limiting themselves inside it. This is why some relationships feel emotionally warm, but still slightly incomplete. There is care, but also carefulness. Affection, but also filtering. Connection, but also invisible boundaries around what can safely be said. And both people often participate in this without realizing it, because it feels like politeness, or maturity, or avoiding unnecessary conflict. But underneath it is a deeper process of emotional self-regulation shaped by fear of disruption. Another layer comes from identity protection. In close relationships, people are not just afraid of being judged for their thoughts. They are afraid of being redefined by them. If you reveal something unexpected, it can shift how someone sees you permanently, and humans are deeply sensitive to being reinterpreted. We want to remain consistent in the eyes of people who matter to us. Being seen as predictable feels safe. Being seen as unpredictable feels risky, so people often avoid sharing thoughts that might change the emotional map someone has of them. This creates a quiet pressure to maintain a stable version of self within relationships, even if that version is incomplete. There is also something more subtle happening: emotional dependency on relational harmony. Many people derive a sense of stability from their closest relationships feeling smooth. Conflict, even minor, can feel internally disruptive, so the mind learns to prevent disruption by reducing emotional intensity in communication, not because intensity is wrong, but because it feels destabilizing. So people default to moderation. They soften their thoughts. They round off edges. They translate complex emotions into simpler, more acceptable forms. Over time, this can lead to a situation where both people feel close, but neither feels fully seen. And that creates a quiet paradox. The relationship is real, but the expression within it is partial. One of the most important things to understand is that hiding thoughts is not always about deception. In most cases, it is about emotional safety. The mind is constantly balancing two needs that can conflict: the need for authenticity and the need for connection. Authenticity says express what is real. Connection says protect what is shared. And when those two feel like they are in tension, the brain often chooses connection first. Because connection feels like survival on a deep neurological level. The social brain treats belonging as essential for emotional regulation. Losing connection or risking disapproval from someone important can activate strong stress responses. So even in safe environments, the body may behave as if there is something to protect. That is why silence in relationships is not always absence of thought. It is often the presence of filtered thought. And the filtering becomes so habitual that people sometimes no longer recognize what they are holding back. They simply feel like they are being reasonable, calm, or considerate without noticing how much internal editing is happening in real time. Over years, this can create a quiet sense of emotional distance even in close bonds. Not because love is missing, but because full expression is partially constrained. The connection exists, but not all of the self is present inside it. And that is the hidden cost most people never consciously notice. They are loved, they are connected, but they are not fully expressed. And over time, that gap between being known and being partially hidden can become one of the most subtle sources of emotional loneliness a person can experience, even when they are surrounded by people who genuinely care about them. Most people don't consciously decide to pretend. It happens in small, almost invisible adjustments. A slightly different tone of voice, depending on who is listening. A version of humor that fits the room. Opinions softened just enough to avoid tension. Emotions edited just enough to stay acceptable. Over time, these small adjustments stop feeling like performance and start feeling like personality. And strangely, it can feel comforting. That is the part people do not expect. Pretending to be someone else is not always stressful. In many cases, it reduces stress because it removes uncertainty. When you are playing a role that works socially, you do not have to constantly risk rejection. You already know what version of yourself gets approval. You already know what keeps conversations smooth. You already know what keeps people comfortable around you. So the mind chooses predictability, and predictability feels like safety. This is one of the hidden psychological reasons people maintain social masks even when they feel disconnected from them. The mask is not just a lie. It is also a tool for emotional stability. It reduces friction. It reduces awkwardness. It reduces the risk of being misunderstood. In a world where social rejection activates deep threat responses in the brain, that stability is powerful. The nervous system is not primarily concerned with authenticity. It is concerned with survival and belonging. So if a certain version of you consistently leads to acceptance, attention, or reduced conflict, the brain reinforces it. Over time, that version becomes automatic. You stop thinking about it. You just become it. And because it works, it starts feeling natural. This is where the strange comfort appears. People often assume pretending would feel fake all the time, but psychologically it is more complex. When a behavior is repeated enough and rewarded socially, it gets encoded into identity. The performance becomes habitual. The nervous system learns it as a safe pathway. The brain associates it with smoother interactions and fewer threats. So even if there is an internal sense of distance, the external experience feels efficient. It gets results. It avoids conflict. It maintains connection. And that creates reinforcement. But underneath that comfort is something more subtle, a quiet trade-off that many people only notice much later in life. The more effective the performance becomes socially, the less necessary it feels to explore what is underneath it. Because why risk emotional discomfort if the current version already works? This is how people slowly drift away from themselves without realizing it. Not through one dramatic moment of self-abandonment, but through repeated decisions to choose what is socially easy over what is emotionally honest. The brain learns that authenticity is optional and sometimes costly. So it becomes less practiced, less familiar, less accessible. Another reason pretending feels comfortable is because it reduces internal conflict. Authenticity often brings complexity. Real emotions are not always socially convenient. You might feel tired when others expect enthusiasm. You might feel distant when others expect closeness. You might feel uncertain when others expect confidence. Expressing all of that openly creates tension, not only externally, but internally, because you have to hold space for reactions, consequences, and emotional unpredictability. Pretending simplifies that entire process. It replaces complexity with a single consistent version of self that is easier to manage. There is less internal negotiation, less emotional risk, less need to constantly evaluate how much of yourself is appropriate in each situation. That simplicity can feel relieving, especially for people who grew up in environments where emotional expression was unpredictable or unsafe. If authenticity once led to criticism, conflict, or withdrawal, the nervous system learns to associate self-expression with instability. So, adopting a controlled version of self becomes a form of emotional protection, not deception. Adaptation. Over time, that adaptation can become so refined that it feels like identity. People may genuinely believe they are naturally calm, easygoing, confident, or socially smooth, without realizing how much of that presentation was shaped by long-term emotional learning. And because it feels stable, it can also feel like control. There is also a social dimension to this comfort. Humans are extremely sensitive to social feedback. When a particular version of you consistently receives positive responses, your brain registers it as effective behavior. Smiles, laughter, approval, attention, inclusion. These all act as reinforcement signals. So the performance becomes rewarding, even if it is not fully authentic. This creates a loop where the socially rewarded self gets strengthened while the unexpressed self becomes quieter. Not erased, just less practiced, less expressed, less integrated into daily behavior. And that is where the tension begins. Because internally, most people still experience emotions and thoughts that do not fully match their external presentation. But the gap becomes normalized. They learn to function with it. They learn to separate what is felt from what is shown. And eventually, that separation feels like normal life. Until moments of solitude interrupt it. In quiet moments, the performance is no longer needed. There is no audience to maintain, no social calibration required. And sometimes that is when the discomfort appears. Not because something is wrong, but because the contrast between internal experience and external presentation becomes more visible. But even then, many people return to the performance quickly, because it works, because it is familiar, because it keeps life socially smooth, and because the alternative, full emotional honesty, often feels uncertain in a way that the nervous system interprets as risk. So pretending remains, not as a conscious deception, but as a deeply reinforced strategy for navigating social life while minimizing emotional exposure. And that is what makes it so strange. It can feel like a mask, but it also feels like safety. And for most people, safety wins long before authenticity even gets a chance to speak. Fear of failure usually doesn't stay as fear of failure. It evolves, quietly, over time, without most people noticing. At first, it looks simple. You try something, you fail, it feels uncomfortable. So you try to avoid that feeling next time. That is normal learning. That is how the brain protects itself from pain and inefficiency. But if the emotional experience of failure becomes intense enough, especially in early life, something deeper starts to happen. The brain stops treating failure as an event and starts treating it as identity exposure. Not I failed at this, but I am someone who fails. That shift is subtle, but it changes everything. Because once failure becomes linked to identity instead of behavior, expression itself starts to feel risky. Every time you speak, create, try, share, or act in a visible way, you are no longer just risking a bad outcome. You are risking a judgment about who you are. And that is where fear begins to expand beyond performance into personality. Many people assume they are afraid of failing at tasks. But what they are actually afraid of is the emotional meaning attached to failure. Disappointment, embarrassment, shame, social comparison, the feeling of being seen as less capable, less intelligent, less worthy. These emotional associations are what the brain is actually trying to avoid. So over time, the mind becomes strategic. It begins to reduce situations where identity could be evaluated. At first, that looks like avoiding difficult tasks. Then it becomes avoiding new opportunities. Then it becomes avoiding visibility. And eventually, it can become avoiding self-expression itself, because expression creates exposure. If you do not speak up, you cannot be judged for what you say. If you do not try publicly, you cannot be seen failing. If you do not fully commit to your ideas, you cannot be fully evaluated. So silence, hesitation, and overthinking become protective strategies, not because the person is incapable, but because expression feels emotionally expensive. This is where fear of failure slowly transforms into fear of being seen. And when being seen feels risky, the mind starts narrowing behavior. People begin staying within familiar boundaries. They choose safer opinions, safer actions, safer identities. They avoid creative risks not because they lack ideas, but because ideas require exposure to judgment. Even small expressions can start feeling loaded. Sharing an opinion, posting something online, starting a project, speaking honestly in a group, each one carries the invisible possibility of evaluation. And the brain, trying to reduce emotional discomfort, begins to limit these exposures. This is why so many people describe feeling stuck not because they cannot act, but because they feel internally restrained when they try to act. It is not a lack of intelligence or motivation. It is a protective system designed to avoid emotional pain that was once associated with failure. Often, this traces back to earlier experiences. A child praised only when successful can learn that value is conditional on performance. A child criticized harshly for mistakes can learn that errors are dangerous to identity. A child compared frequently to others can learn that being imperfect means being inferior. These experiences shape the emotional meaning of failure long before adulthood begins. So later in life, even neutral situations can feel loaded. A simple attempt becomes a potential identity judgment, and that changes behavior in subtle ways. People start rehearsing more than they act, thinking more than they try, planning more than they risk. They gather information endlessly, not always to prepare, but to delay exposure. Because preparation feels safe, while action feels revealing. And the longer this pattern continues, the more disconnected expression becomes. Ideas stay in the mind instead of becoming reality. Thoughts remain private instead of becoming voiced. Creativity gets filtered before it reaches the outside world. Not because it is weak, but because it feels too exposed to external interpretation. At this point, fear of failure is no longer about failing. It is about being interpreted, being misunderstood, being reduced to a negative judgment. And that is why self-expression becomes the final target of avoidance. Because expression is the moment internal reality becomes external and therefore open to evaluation. Once something is expressed, it cannot be taken back into the safety of the mind. It exists in the social world where others can respond to it. So the nervous system treats expression as risk and begins to protect against it. This creates a paradox where the more someone cares about what they want to express, the more pressure they feel around expressing it. The idea becomes important, but also emotionally heavy, and that emotional weight often leads to delay, hesitation, or avoidance. Not because the desire is absent, but because the cost of expression feels too uncertain. Over time, this can lead to a life where much of a person's inner world remains unexpressed. Not because they are incapable of sharing it, but because sharing feels like exposing something fragile to judgment, and that creates a quiet internal split. The inner self becomes rich with thoughts, ideas, emotions, and desires, while the outer self becomes more controlled, filtered, and cautious. The gap between those two grows slowly, until one day the person realizes they are not afraid of failure in a simple sense anymore. They are afraid of what failure would mean about them. And even more deeply, they are afraid of what expression might reveal before failure even happens. Because expression is the point where possibility becomes visible, and visible possibility always carries the risk of judgment, misunderstanding, or rejection. So fear does not just stop action, it begins to shape identity itself, until self-expression no longer feels like something freely available, but something that must be carefully negotiated with fear before it is allowed to exist. Most people imagine staying in a life you secretly hate is a sign of weakness or confusion, but it is usually neither. It is maintenance. Quiet, daily psychological maintenance of a situation that feels stable enough to survive in, even if it does not feel alive. The strange part is that people rarely stay because they are unaware. In many cases, they are fully aware that something feels off. There is a persistent sense of dissatisfaction in the background, a quiet knowing that their current life is not fully aligned with what they want. But awareness alone is not enough to create change, because awareness has to compete with fear. And fear is very good at keeping people exactly where they are. One of the strongest forces involved is loss aversion. Psychologically, humans feel the pain of loss more intensely than the pleasure of gain. That means the idea of losing stability, identity, income, relationships, or social approval often feels more threatening than the potential benefit of building something better. So the mind chooses preservation over possibility, even when possibility is what the person secretly wants. This is why people can remain in jobs, relationships, or lifestyles that feel emotionally draining. Not because they are unaware of the cost, but because the cost of change feels unpredictable, and the human nervous system is deeply sensitive to uncertainty. Uncertainty is not just uncomfortable. It is interpreted as risk, and risk activates hesitation long before logic can fully evaluate it. Another layer is identity attachment. Over time, people do not just live a life, they become it. Their routines, roles, and responsibilities become part of their sense of self. A person may not just have a job, they may be the reliable one, the provider, the stable one, the responsible one. These identities are socially reinforced and emotionally rewarded. So even if the internal experience becomes painful, abandoning the life means abandoning the identity that was built around it. And identity loss can feel like psychological destabilization. That is why people often stay in situations they secretly resent. Not because they love them, but because leaving would force them into an unfamiliar version of themselves. And unfamiliarity feels unsafe to the nervous system. There is also a social dimension that quietly reinforces staying. Human beings are deeply embedded in relational systems. Family expectations, friendships, cultural norms, and community roles all create invisible pressure to remain consistent. When someone deviates, even slightly, they risk confusion or judgment from others. And that external reaction is not trivial, because social feedback has always been tied to belonging, and belonging has always been tied to survival at a deep biological level. So even mild disapproval can feel disproportionately heavy. This creates a powerful internal negotiation. A person weighs not only what they want, but what others might think, how relationships might shift, and what kind of reactions they might face. And often, maintaining harmony feels easier than disrupting it, even if harmony is internally hollow. Another reason people stay is gradual adaptation. Human beings are remarkably good at adjusting to long-term discomfort. What initially feels intolerable slowly becomes normal. Not because the situation improves, but because the nervous system recalibrates. Emotional intensity fades over time, even if the underlying issue remains. This creates a dangerous illusion. If it is not hurting as sharply as before, maybe it is fine. But numbness is not resolution. It is adaptation. So people continue functioning inside lives that no longer feel meaningful, because the discomfort has become background noise rather than acute pain. There is also the fear of starting over. Not just practically, but emotionally. Starting over requires confronting uncertainty, identity reconstruction, and temporary instability. Even when someone is unhappy, they may still feel psychologically organized within their current life. They know how things work. They know their role. They know what is expected. Leaving that structure means entering a space where nothing is guaranteed, and the brain often prefers a known painful structure over an unknown possibility of improvement. This is why many people remain in lives they quietly resent while telling themselves they will change later. Later becomes a psychological buffer. It reduces immediate discomfort by creating the illusion that change is still available without requiring immediate risk. But as time passes, later often becomes more difficult to access, not because ability disappears, but because responsibilities increase, emotional fatigue accumulates, and fear becomes more practiced. Another subtle factor is social identity maintenance. People often build external images of stability. They present themselves as successful, settled, or consistent. Admitting dissatisfaction can feel like disrupting that image, so they continue performing stability even when they no longer feel it internally. This creates a split. External life appears functional. Internal experience feels disconnected, and the gap between the two becomes normalized over time. What makes all of this especially difficult is that there is rarely a single breaking point. It is not usually one moment that forces change. It is a slow accumulation of internal tension, quiet dissatisfaction, and unexpressed desire that builds over years. But because the discomfort is not always dramatic, People underestimate it. They assume if it were truly wrong, they would have already left. But human behavior is not driven only by intensity. It is driven by balance between fear, stability, identity, and perceived risk. So people stay. Not because they do not know they are unhappy, but because every alternative feels like it requires stepping into uncertainty without guarantees, while abandoning a structure that, however imperfect, still provides familiarity, identity, and social continuity. And for the human nervous system, that combination is often enough to keep someone exactly where they are, even when a part of them quietly knows they have outgrown it long ago. Most people do not walk around thinking I need everyone to approve of me, but their behavior often suggests something very close to it, not in an obvious way, in subtle adjustments, in micro decisions, in the way they hesitate before speaking, soften opinions, over-explain themselves, or mentally rehearse how something will be received before they say it. It does not feel like a need for approval. It feels like being careful, polite, reasonable, or socially aware. But underneath it is something deeper, a quiet dependence on acceptance as emotional safety. This need usually does not begin as a conscious desire. It develops early, long before people have language for it. As children, approval is not just social reward. It is regulation. A smile from a caregiver can feel like safety. Disapproval can feel like emotional danger, not because the child is weak, but because their nervous system is built to treat connection as survival. So the brain starts learning a powerful pattern. Approval equals safety. Disapproval equals threat. And once that pattern is formed, it does not simply disappear with age. It evolves. In adulthood, the environment is different, but the nervous system still carries the same sensitivity. Instead of caregivers, there are colleagues, friends, partners, audiences, and strangers. The scale changes, but the underlying mechanism remains. People still monitor reactions constantly, not always consciously. A slight change in tone, a delayed response, a facial expression that feels uncertain, a lack of laughter, a shift in energy. The brain reads these signals automatically and updates behavior in real time. This is social calibration, and it happens so quickly that most people do not realize how much of their personality is actually responsive rather than fully self-generated. The unconscious need for approval is closely tied to uncertainty and tolerance. When someone does not know how they will be perceived, the nervous system becomes more alert. So people often try to reduce uncertainty by shaping themselves in advance. They say what is likely to be accepted. They avoid what might be controversial. They choose paths that are socially understandable. It feels like personality, but it is often prediction. What will make this easier for others to accept? What will avoid discomfort? What will reduce risk of rejection? Over time, this creates a life where external perception subtly influences internal expression. People do not just express what they think. They express what they believe will maintain acceptance, and this can happen so automatically that it feels like honesty, because it is not deception, it is adaptation. The need for approval also becomes stronger in people who experienced inconsistent validation earlier in life. When acceptance is unpredictable, the brain learns to constantly monitor social feedback. It becomes sensitive to subtle cues of approval or disapproval. This creates hyper-awareness in relationships, where emotional stability depends heavily on external response. In such cases, approval is not just wanted. It feels necessary for emotional equilibrium. That is why even small signs of disapproval can feel disproportionately intense. A neutral reaction can feel like rejection. A lack of response can feel like withdrawal. The nervous system fills in gaps with uncertainty, and uncertainty often tilts toward negative interpretation. This reinforces approval-seeking behavior. People start adjusting more, not less. Another important layer is identity formation through reflection. Humans build self-concept partly by observing how others respond to them. If people laugh at certain behaviors, those behaviors become reinforced. If certain traits receive praise, they become emphasized. If certain emotions are met with discomfort, they get suppressed. Over time, identity becomes a mirror-shaped structure. You are not only who you are internally, you are also who people respond to you as. And this creates vulnerability to approval dependence. Because if identity is partly built from external feedback, then losing approval feels like losing part of the self. This is why criticism can feel disproportionately personal. It does not just challenge behavior. It can feel like it challenges identity stability. Even mild disapproval can create internal questioning. Am I still acceptable? Am I still valued? Did I do something wrong? Should I adjust? And this leads to constant internal negotiation, not between truth and lies, but between truth and acceptance. What is real versus what is safe to express? The unconscious need for approval also affects ambition. Many people do not choose what they want most deeply. They choose what is most socially validated. Careers that sound respectable, goals that are understandable, lifestyles that will not invite confusion from others. Even personal identity can be shaped around what receives admiration rather than what feels internally meaningful. So people end up living partially edited lives, not because they lack desire, but because desire gets filtered through social consequence. And yet, even when approval is received, it rarely fully satisfies the deeper need underneath it. Because external validation is unstable, it depends on context, audience, mood, culture, and comparison. What is praised in one environment may be ignored in another. So people who rely heavily on approval often experience fluctuating self-worth. High when accepted, low when uncertain. This creates emotional dependence on external feedback loops that are never fully controllable, which is why the need for approval can feel endless. It is not something that gets permanently satisfied. It gets temporarily soothed, then reactivated again the next time uncertainty appears. Underneath all of this is a deeper psychological truth. Most people are not actually trying to be approved by everyone in a literal sense. What they are trying to avoid is the emotional experience of being misaligned with the group, of being misunderstood, of being seen in a way that creates distance instead of connection. So they adjust, they adapt, they monitor, they refine. And over time, what began as a natural human sensitivity to social connection becomes a quiet force that shapes personality, decisions, relationships, and self-expression in ways most people never consciously notice. Not because they are trying to live for approval, but because at some level approval still feels like safety and disapproval still feels like risk, even when nothing about the modern world actually requires that level of emotional vigilance anymore. Authentic people are not always intimidating because they are louder, more talented, or more confident. They are intimidating because they are less predictable, and unpredictability in humans often gets interpreted as risk. Most social environments run on subtle expectations. People learn what is acceptable, what is rewarded, what gets approval, and what creates discomfort. Over time, this produces a kind of unspoken agreement. You present yourself in a way that fits the room, and the room responds in a way that maintains stability. Authenticity disrupts that agreement, not aggressively, just by existing without negotiation. An authentic person does not constantly adjust themselves to match the emotional temperature of the group. They do not automatically soften their opinions to maintain comfort. They do not always mirror the mood of the room. Sometimes they agree. Sometimes they do not. Sometimes they stay neutral when others expect enthusiasm. Sometimes they express honesty that was not socially prepared for. And that creates friction, because now the environment cannot fully predict or control the emotional outcome of interaction. The nervous system of others picks up on that unpredictability before the mind can explain it. Humans are highly sensitive to social cues because for most of evolutionary history, group harmony meant safety. Anything that could destabilize group cohesion was treated cautiously. So when someone behaves in a way that is not easily mapped onto social expectations, the brain registers subtle alertness. Not fear in a dramatic sense, more like evaluation. What is this person going to do next? How do I position myself around them? Do I need to adjust? That internal recalibration is where intimidation begins. Authentic people also unintentionally expose how much performance exists in others. When someone speaks and behaves without excessive filtering, it can highlight how filtered most communication usually is. People become aware, even if unconsciously, that they are adjusting themselves constantly while this person appears less constrained. That contrast can create discomfort. Not because authenticity is wrong, but because it makes social performance more visible. And visibility of performance can trigger self-awareness that people are not always ready for. Another reason authenticity can feel intimidating is that it reduces social bargaining. Many interactions are subtly reciprocal in terms of image management. People soften themselves so others feel comfortable, and in return they receive acceptance. There is a kind of mutual emotional cushioning happening in the background. Authentic individuals do not always participate in that cushioning in the same way. They are not necessarily harsh, but they are less willing to distort themselves to maintain comfort. That means others cannot fully rely on predictable social smoothing. The interaction becomes more direct, more honest, and sometimes more emotionally exposed. And exposure creates tension in people who are not used to it. Because it removes the buffer. It also challenges social hierarchy in subtle ways. In many groups, status is maintained through careful behavior regulation. Who speaks when, who agrees with whom, how disagreement is expressed, how confidence is displayed. These unspoken structures help maintain order. Authentic people sometimes step outside those patterns without trying to dominate or rebel. They simply do not prioritize status preservation in the same way. They might disagree calmly. They might not perform unnecessary agreement. They might not seek validation in expected ways. This can unsettle environments that rely heavily on social calibration, because suddenly, the usual signals of hierarchy are less reliable. And when hierarchy becomes less predictable, people often feel a low level of social tension, even if nothing explicit is happening. There is also an internal comparison effect. Many people are not fully comfortable with how much of their behavior is socially adjusted. When they encounter someone who appears less filtered, it can create an implicit comparison, not always conscious but felt. Why am I not like that? Why do I feel like I need to manage myself more? What would happen if I behaved that freely? These questions can create both admiration and discomfort at the same time. And depending on the person, that discomfort can get interpreted as intimidation rather than inspiration. Another important layer is emotional honesty. Authentic people are often more willing to express what they actually feel in the moment, even when it is not fully optimized for social approval. That does not mean they lack tact. It means they are less dominated by fear of reaction. For people who are heavily conditioned to manage impressions, this level of honesty can feel intense because it increases emotional clarity in situations that are usually softened or diluted. Clarity can feel exposing. Exposing can feel uncomfortable. So the mind translates that discomfort into social interpretation. This person is intimidating, even though what is actually happening is simply less filtering. Over time, this creates a social paradox. Authentic individuals often do not intend to dominate, impress, or unsettle anyone. They are usually just less willing to constantly negotiate their internal state for external approval. But because most social systems are built around mutual adjustment, someone who adjusts less can feel like they are changing the rules of interaction itself. And when rules feel less stable, people become more self-aware, more cautious, more internally reactive, which is why authenticity, even when calm and non-aggressive, can still feel powerful in a room that is used to constant emotional negotiation. Not because authentic people are trying to stand out, but because they are not constantly trying to fit in at the cost of themselves. Loneliness is often treated as a simple problem of not having enough people around. But that is only part of it. Some of the deepest loneliness happens when someone is surrounded by others and still feels emotionally unseen. Not because people are absent, but because parts of the self are absent from expression. That is where self-repression quietly enters the picture. Self-repression is not always dramatic. It is not someone actively deciding to hide everything. It is usually a long sequence of small decisions. Not saying something that feels too honest. Not expressing a need because it might be inconvenient. Not showing emotion because it might create discomfort. Not sharing a thought because it might not be received well. Over time, these small suppressions accumulate. And what gets suppressed is not just behavior. It is presence. The person becomes socially available, but internally filtered. They are physically in relationships, conversations, and environments, but only partially emotionally present within them. A large portion of their internal experience is never fully expressed outwardly. And that creates a specific kind of loneliness. Not the absence of connection, but the absence of being fully known. Human connection is not only about proximity or interaction. It is also about recognition, the feeling that someone is perceiving you in a way that matches your internal reality. When self-expression is limited, that recognition becomes incomplete. Others are connecting with a version of you that is edited for safety or acceptance. So even positive interactions can feel slightly hollow because they are not touching the full depth of what is actually there. One of the core drivers of self-repression is the fear of negative evaluation. People learn early that certain thoughts, emotions, or desires can lead to disapproval, misunderstanding, or rejection. So, the nervous system develops protective strategies. It filters expression before it reaches the outside world. This is not conscious lying. It is emotional risk management. But the side effect is disconnection from others and from the self at the same time. Because the more someone filters themselves externally, the more they begin to lose internal clarity about what they are filtering. Over time, it becomes harder to distinguish what is genuinely felt versus what has been automatically suppressed for social safety. This creates internal fragmentation. A person starts to feel like they are made of parts that are not fully integrated into daily life. Thoughts that are never spoken, emotions that are never expressed, desires that are never acknowledged in shared spaces. These unexpressed parts do not disappear. They remain active internally, but without relational grounding, and that lack of grounding contributes to loneliness. Because humans are not designed to fully process their internal world in isolation. Expression is part of how emotional experience gets regulated. When emotions are shared and reflected back by others, they become organized. When they remain fully internal, they can feel diffuse, heavy, or confusing. So self-repression does not just limit communication. It limits emotional resolution. Another layer is that self-repression often leads to identity distortion in relationships. When a person consistently hides certain aspects of themselves, others build an understanding based only on what is visible. Over time, relationships stabilize around that partial version, so the person becomes socially known, but not fully known. And once that pattern is established, revealing deeper authenticity can feel risky, because it may disrupt the version of you that others have already accepted. This reinforces more suppression, which reinforces more loneliness. There is also a feedback loop between loneliness and self-protection. When someone feels emotionally unseen, they often become more careful rather than more expressive. They reduce risk instead of increasing openness. But that reduction of expression further limits the possibility of being truly seen. So the cycle continues. Less expression leads to less connection. Less connection leads to more withdrawal. More withdrawal leads to deeper internal isolation. Even in crowded environments, this can produce a sense of emotional invisibility. The person interacts normally, fulfills roles, maintains conversations, but still feels like something essential is not being received by others. Not because others are incapable of connection, but because connection requires access to the parts of the self that are not being shown. Another important factor is emotional self-censorship in real time. Many people are constantly editing themselves during interaction. They are not simply speaking. They are monitoring how what they are about to say will be interpreted, received, or judged. That internal monitoring takes cognitive and emotional energy. It also interrupts natural expression. So instead of spontaneous communication, there is filtered communication. And filtered communication often lacks the emotional texture that creates deeper relational resonance. This makes interactions feel smoother, but less meaningful. And over time, smoothness without depth can contribute to loneliness, even when social life appears active. Self-repression also affects how people relate to themselves internally. When emotions are consistently suppressed externally, they are often suppressed internally as well. A person may stop fully acknowledging what they feel, because acknowledging it feels like it would require expression that is not safe. So even private emotional processing becomes limited. And when a person is not fully expressing or fully processing their internal experience, they can begin to feel disconnected from themselves. That internal disconnection often gets interpreted as loneliness, even in solitude, because loneliness is not only about others. It is also about internal contact, the ability to feel connected to your own thoughts, emotions, and desires without distortion or avoidance. When that internal connection weakens, external connection becomes harder to feel satisfying, even when it is present. And that is the quiet link between loneliness and self-repression. One limits the expression of the self. The other limits the experience of being understood. And together, they create a state where a person can be socially engaged, yet still feel emotionally distant, as if a large part of their inner world is living without witnesses. Most people are not born distrusting their instincts. They learn it, slowly, through experience, through correction, through social feedback that teaches them, again and again, that what they felt was not always acceptable, accurate, or useful. Over time, the brain starts adding a second layer on top of instinct, evaluation, and that evaluation layer eventually becomes louder than the instinct itself. Instinct is fast. It is immediate. It shows up as a gut feeling, a sudden hesitation, a pull toward something, or a sense of discomfort without clear reasoning. But modern human life does not always reward fast reactions. It rewards justification, explanation, rational proof. So people begin to pause instinct and run it through thought before trusting it. At first, this is adaptive. It prevents impulsive mistakes. It helps with learning. It allows social coordination. But when overused, it creates distance between a person and their internal signals. Because instead of acting from instinct and learning from results, people begin doubting instinct before it even has a chance to be tested. One of the biggest reasons this happens is early invalidation. A child might feel something strongly, but be told they are overreacting. They might sense danger, but be told nothing is wrong. They might feel discomfort, but be instructed to ignore it. When this happens repeatedly, the nervous system receives a confusing message. Your internal signal is not reliable. External authority is more accurate, so the child learns to outsource trust. This does not happen consciously. It becomes emotional conditioning. Over time, the person stops fully relying on their own internal cues and starts looking outward for confirmation before acting or deciding. That pattern can persist into adulthood in subtle ways. People hesitate not because they lack awareness, but because they do not fully trust the awareness they have. They check with others. They overanalyze. They search for reassurance. They look for signs that their instinct is valid before committing to it. This creates internal fragmentation, a feeling that you are not fully aligned with yourself in real time. Another major factor is the experience of being wrong in emotionally significant situations. When someone follows an instinct and it leads to pain, rejection, or failure, the emotional impact is often stronger than when external advice fails. This is because the mind does not just record outcomes, it records emotional intensity. So the memory becomes "my judgment led to pain," and that association quietly reduces trust in future instinct, even if the instinct was not actually the problem. This leads to a subtle shift where people begin to prioritize external frameworks over internal signals. Rules, systems, expert opinions, social norms, and logical analysis become more trusted than immediate internal experience. Not because they are always more accurate, but because they feel safer. Safety becomes the primary filter for decision-making rather than internal clarity. There is also a social layer to this. Humans are deeply influenced by group validation. If an instinct goes against what others are doing or saying, it creates tension, and tension can feel like risk. So people often override their internal sense in order to maintain alignment with the group. Over time, this teaches the mind that agreement with others is more reliable than internal disagreement, even when internal signals are correct. This is how instinct gets gradually replaced by consensus thinking. Another important factor is overexposure to analysis. Modern environments encourage constant thinking, comparison, and optimization. People are trained to evaluate decisions endlessly. What is the best option? What is the safest choice? What is the most logical outcome? This continuous analysis can drown out subtle internal signals, because instinct does not speak in arguments. It speaks in impressions, a sense of rightness or wrongness, a pull or resistance, a quiet knowing without full explanation. But when the mind is trained to demand explanation for everything, those signals get dismissed as insufficient. If I cannot explain it, it cannot be trusted. So instinct gets filtered through rational requirements it was never designed to meet. There is also a fear of responsibility hidden underneath distrust. If someone trusts their instinct and it leads to a difficult outcome, they cannot easily blame external factors. They have to hold ownership of the decision. But if they defer to advice or logic from outside sources, responsibility becomes shared or diffused. This creates an unconscious bias toward external validation, because it feels emotionally safer to be wrong with support than to be wrong alone. Over time, all of these factors combine into a habit of self-distancing. People begin to experience their own instincts as something to question rather than something to listen to. Instead of saying, "I feel this is right," they say, "I think I feel this is right, but I am not sure." That small shift reflects a larger internal split between immediate experience and evaluated approval. And the more that split grows, the more disconnected a person can feel from their own natural decision-making process. What makes this especially important is that instinct is not random. It is often the brain's fastest integration of past experience, emotional pattern recognition, and environmental cues. It is not always correct, but it is often informative. It carries information that conscious analysis has not yet fully processed. So when people consistently distrust it, they are not just ignoring emotion. They are ignoring a deeper form of pattern recognition that developed over time through lived experience. But because modern life rewards explanation over intuition, many people learn to override that internal intelligence in favor of something that feels more socially acceptable and logically defensible. And slowly, without noticing, they begin to feel less certain inside themselves. Not because their instincts disappeared, but because they stopped practicing the relationship with them that makes them feel trustworthy. Social media does not usually destroy identity in a dramatic way. It fragments it, quietly, repeatedly, one small comparison at a time. Most people open a platform thinking they are just consuming content. But what they are actually doing is entering an environment where identity is constantly being tested, measured, and redefined through external feedback signals, and the brain is not designed for that level of continuous social exposure. In real life, identity develops in relatively stable circles: family, school, work, friends. Feedback is slower, more localized, and more consistent. But on social media, a person is exposed to thousands of identity models every day. Different lifestyles, personalities, values, aesthetics, beliefs, and emotional expressions all competing for attention and validation. This creates a subtle but powerful effect. The mind starts asking not "who am I?" but "who is working?" What gets attention? What gets approval? What gets engagement? And slowly, identity begins shifting from internal discovery to external optimization. Instead of asking what feels true, people begin asking what performs well. That shift is not always conscious. It happens through reinforcement. Content that receives attention gets more visibility. Content that fits trends gets rewarded. Content that aligns with audience expectations gets amplified. So users naturally begin adjusting their expression to match what is rewarded. Over time, this creates identity shaping through feedback loops. A person learns which version of themselves gets validation, which tone gets engagement, which opinions are acceptable, which emotions are relatable. And without noticing, they begin leaning into those versions more frequently, not because they are fake, but because they are reinforced. This is where confusion begins, because the more versions of the self are reinforced externally, the harder it becomes to distinguish what is internally driven versus what is externally shaped. A person might feel like they are expressing themselves freely, while actually cycling through multiple adaptive identities, depending on platform, audience, or trend. Professional self, casual self, humorous self, aesthetic self, opinionated self, emotionally expressive self. Each version feels authentic in the moment, but they are often context-dependent rather than integrated, and that fragmentation creates subtle psychological tension. Because internally, the human mind prefers coherence. It wants a stable sense of self that feels consistent across situations. But social media encourages contextual identity shifting. You are one version in one space, another version in another, and another version depending on what is currently rewarded. So instead of identity feeling unified, it starts feeling distributed. Another layer is constant comparison. Social media removes natural boundaries that once protected people from excessive exposure to others' curated lives. Now, users are constantly seeing highlights of success, beauty, productivity, confidence, relationships, and achievement. Even when intellectually understood as curated content, the emotional system still reacts. The brain does not fully separate curated from real in real time. It simply registers signals of status, belonging, and desirability. So repeated exposure creates subtle internal recalibration. People begin evaluating their own life through metrics they did not consciously choose. Am I successful enough? Am I interesting enough? Am I attractive enough? Am I doing life correctly? These questions can become background noise in identity formation, and over time, they distort self-perception, because identity is no longer just based on internal values or lived experience. It becomes influenced by comparative visibility. The more someone sees others being rewarded, the more they may question their own direction, even if their life is objectively stable or meaningful. This leads to a quiet form of instability, not visible crisis, but internal uncertainty. Another important factor is the performative nature of expression. On social media, expression is often tied to audience reaction. Likes, shares, comments, views. These signals become external validation mechanisms that shape what gets repeated. So people begin unconsciously optimizing identity expression for response, not necessarily for truth. This creates a feedback loop where identity is gradually shaped by what performs well rather than what feels deeply authentic. Over time, people may find themselves expressing opinions, emotions, or aesthetics that align more with engagement patterns than internal clarity. And because the feedback is immediate, the reinforcement is strong. The identity that gets attention feels more real, even if it is only one part of a broader internal experience. There is also the issue of constant identity switching between platforms. A person may present differently on different apps depending on context and audience. This flexibility can feel like freedom, but it also reduces continuity. The mind has fewer stable anchors for self-definition. Without continuity, identity becomes harder to feel grounded. Instead of I am this, it becomes I am this here, and that there and something else somewhere else. This fragmentation is subtle, But over time, it can create a sense of disconnection from a central self, not because the self is gone, but because it is constantly being rearranged. Another layer is the acceleration of identity feedback. In offline life, identity feedback takes time. People respond to you over days, weeks, or years. On social media, feedback is instant and often amplified. This speed can distort emotional learning. A post gets attention, and the brain quickly reinforces that identity expression. A post gets ignored, and the brain may interpret that as disapproval or irrelevance. This creates rapid identity conditioning based on short-term reactions, and that can make identity feel unstable, because what is rewarded today may not be rewarded tomorrow. So people begin to subtly shift themselves to match changing external signals. Over time, this creates identity uncertainty. Not necessarily confusion in a dramatic sense, but a low-level instability about what is truly authentic versus what is socially effective. And that uncertainty accumulates until a person may feel like they are many versions of themselves depending on context, but not fully anchored in any single one. That is the core effect of social media on identity. It does not erase the self, it multiplies it. And without intentional grounding, those multiplied versions can start competing for definition, leaving a person quietly unsure which one reflects them most accurately when the external noise is removed. Most people assume misery automatically creates change, but in reality, misery often creates stability. Not emotional stability, but behavioral stability. People can remain in situations they strongly dislike for years, even decades, not because they are unaware of the pain, but because change itself introduces a different kind of psychological threat, uncertainty. And the human nervous system tends to treat uncertainty as more dangerous than familiar discomfort. This is the core paradox. A painful situation is still known. It has rules, patterns, predictability. Even if it is emotionally draining, the mind understands how to navigate it. You know what tomorrow looks like. You know how people will respond. You know your role within it. That predictability creates a kind of psychological containment. It is not happiness, but it is structured. Change removes that structure, and in its place comes ambiguity. New environments, new expectations, new identities, new social reactions. Even positive change carries this instability. The brain cannot fully predict outcomes, so it activates caution systems that are designed to prevent loss, rejection, or failure. So even when someone is unhappy, their nervous system is asking a different question than their conscious mind. Not is this good for me, but is this safe to leave? One of the strongest forces behind this is loss aversion. Psychologically, humans experience the pain of losing what they already have more intensely than the pleasure of gaining something new. So the mind overweights what might be lost in a transition compared to what might be gained. Even if what is being lost is not satisfying, it is still familiar, and familiarity has emotional weight. This is why people often stay attached to routines, relationships, jobs, or identities that no longer feel fulfilling. Because leaving does not just mean changing circumstances. It means abandoning a known system that the mind has already adapted to. There is also identity attachment involved. Over time, people become their situations. A person is not just in a job, they become the responsible one, the reliable one, the provider, the stable performer. These roles are reinforced through repetition and social feedback until they feel like personality rather than circumstance. So when change threatens the situation, it also threatens identity. And identity loss can feel like psychological instability. Even if the new direction is objectively better, the brain may resist it because it cannot yet integrate who the person would become on the other side of that change. The self prefers continuity, a consistent narrative, a sense of coherence over time. Change interrupts that narrative. Another hidden factor is the sunk emotional cost. People do not just consider future outcomes, they also consider what they have already invested: time, effort, energy, sacrifices, relationships. The mind resists abandoning those investments even when continuing them no longer makes sense, because leaving can feel like admitting that the past version of effort was wasted, and that is emotionally difficult. So instead of changing, people often try to justify staying. They reinterpret discomfort as normal. They minimize dissatisfaction. They delay decisions. They tell themselves that things are not that bad or that change can happen later. Not because they are unaware, but because the cost of immediate change feels psychologically heavier than the cost of continued discomfort. There is also social risk. Any significant change affects relationships. People may not understand. They may question the decision. They may react with doubt or concern. In some cases, they may even withdraw. And because humans are deeply sensitive to belonging, even the possibility of relational disruption can discourage change. So, the mind weighs not only personal outcome, but social consequence. And stability often wins. Another subtle layer is adaptation. Humans are extremely good at adjusting to long-term conditions. What once felt intolerable gradually becomes tolerable. Not because the situation improves, but because emotional intensity fades. The nervous system recalibrates to reduce constant distress. This creates a dangerous illusion. If it is not hurting as much as before, maybe it is fine. But reduced pain is not the same as fulfillment. It is simply adaptation. And adaptation can keep people in stagnant environments far longer than they consciously intend. Fear of change also comes from a lack of internal certainty about what comes next. Even if someone knows they want something different, they may not have a clear enough vision of the alternative. And without clarity, the brain defaults to preserving what already exists, because unclear future feels riskier than known dissatisfaction. There is also emotional energy involved. Change requires sustained effort, decision-making, and uncertainty tolerance. For someone already emotionally exhausted by their current situation, even positive change can feel overwhelming. So the system chooses conservation over expansion. Stay where energy expenditure is predictable, even if it is draining. All of these factors combine into a powerful internal contradiction. A person can genuinely dislike their current life while still feeling unable to move away from it. Not because they lack intelligence or awareness, but because multiple layers of psychological protection are activated at once. Fear of uncertainty, fear of loss, fear of identity disruption, fear of social consequence, fear of wasted past effort, fear of emotional exhaustion. And beneath all of that is a deeper human need, the need for stability. So change becomes not just a decision between good and bad, but a negotiation between discomfort and unpredictability. And for many people, the familiar discomfort feels more manageable than the unknown alternative. Even when a part of them knows they have outgrown the life they are currently trying to survive inside. Most people assume they have one stable personality that moves through life consistently. But in reality, the human mind often operates with at least two layers of selfhood that quietly alternate depending on context. One is the real self. The other is the survival self. And most confusion about identity comes from not recognizing the difference between them. The survival self is not fake in a simple sense. It is adaptive. It is built from learning what keeps you safe, accepted, and functional in your environment. It develops through experience, especially experiences where expression had consequences. Over time, it becomes a refined system for navigating social, emotional, and practical demands with minimal risk. It is the version of you that knows how to get through the day, how to avoid conflict, how to maintain approval, how to perform competence, how to stay emotionally controlled when necessary. It is efficient, but it is not always expressive of what you actually feel. The real self, on the other hand, is closer to raw internal experience. It is the part of you that feels without filtering, the part that has spontaneous preferences, emotional reactions, desires, curiosities, discomforts, and instincts before they are evaluated for social consequences. It is less concerned with outcomes, more concerned with truth of experience. Most people do not lose this self. They simply learn to stop acting from it directly. Because early in life, expressing the real self often comes with feedback, approval or disapproval, encouragement or correction, connection or withdrawal. The nervous system begins to learn that certain expressions are safer than others. So it starts building an internal filtering system that prioritizes social survival. That is the survival self forming. Over time, the survival self becomes more practiced than the real self in daily life. It speaks more often. It reacts more automatically. It becomes the default mode in social situations, work environments, and even some personal relationships. The real self does not disappear. It just becomes quieter, often only visible in private moments, emotional breakdowns, solitude, or situations where performance is no longer required. One of the clearest differences between these two selves is motivation. The survival self is driven by consequences. It asks, what will happen if I do this? Will I be accepted? Will I be rejected? Will I be safe? Will I maintain stability? It constantly evaluates risk and adjusts behavior accordingly. The real self is driven by resonance. It asks what feels true, what feels aligned, what feels meaningful or interesting without external justification. This difference creates internal tension because these two systems do not always agree. The survival self may choose safety. The real self may want expression. The survival self may choose predictability. The real self may want exploration. The survival self may prioritize approval. The real self may prioritize authenticity. And depending on the person's history, one system becomes dominant. People who grew up in emotionally unpredictable environments often develop a strong survival self. They become highly aware of social dynamics, quick to adapt, skilled at reading others, and careful with self-expression. This makes them effective in many situations, but it can also lead to disconnection from internal desires. People who had more emotional safety in early development may retain stronger access to their real self in daily life. They may express themselves more freely, take more social risks, and feel less internal filtering. But most people exist somewhere in between, switching between the two selves depending on perceived safety. Another important distinction is emotional energy. The survival self is resource efficient. It minimizes disruption, avoids unnecessary conflict, and conserves emotional cost by following learned patterns. It is optimized for stability. The real self requires more openness. It involves uncertainty, spontaneity, and vulnerability. It does not always know outcomes in advance, which means it carries more emotional risk. So in high-pressure environments, the survival self naturally takes over. Not because it is better, but because it is more efficient under stress. This is why people often feel different in different contexts. Confident in one space, withdrawn in another. Expressive with certain people, guarded with others. It is not inconsistency in personality. It is context-based activation of different self-systems. The confusion begins when people mistake the survival self for the whole identity. When someone says, "I am just like this," they are often describing their survival adaptations rather than their full internal range. The real self may still exist underneath, but it is not always driving behavior. This is where feelings of emptiness or disconnection can arise. Because if most of your daily life is run by adaptation rather than expression, then your internal experience can start to feel distant from your lived identity. You may function well externally while feeling internally underrepresented. Another subtle difference is time orientation. The survival self is focused on short-term stability. It prioritizes immediate social outcomes, emotional safety, and predictable responses. The real self is more future-oriented in a different way. It is drawn toward long-term meaning, curiosity, and personal evolution, even if it disrupts current stability. This creates internal conflict that many people experience as hesitation or indecision. A part of them wants to stay within what works. Another part wants to explore what feels true. Neither is wrong. But they are not the same system. The survival self is not an enemy of the real self. It is a protector that formed to manage environments where authenticity may not have always been fully safe or rewarded. Its intention is preservation. Its method is adaptation. The real self is not weak or impractical. It is the source of originality, desire, emotional truth, and personal direction. It is what gives life depth beyond routine survival. The challenge is not to eliminate either one. It is to recognize when each is speaking. Because when people mistake survival behavior for identity, they can become stuck in lives that function but do not fully feel like their own. And when they ignore survival needs completely, they can become overwhelmed by exposure or instability. So most of human psychological struggle sits in the negotiation between these two systems. One protecting what is safe, one reaching for what is true, and the distance between them is often what people describe, quietly, as the difference between the life they are living and the life they feel exists underneath it. Emotional honesty sounds simple when you say it out loud. Just tell the truth about how you feel. But the human brain does not experience it as simple at all. It experiences it as exposure. And exposure, for a system built around survival and social belonging, is never neutral. It is evaluated. It is risk-assessed. It is filtered through memory, prediction, and fear. At the core of this is one basic truth about the nervous system. It does not only react to physical danger. It reacts to social consequence as well. For most of human evolution, being rejected or excluded from the group could have serious survival implications. So the brain learned to treat social evaluation as something close to threat detection. That wiring still exists. So when someone prepares to be emotionally honest, the brain is not just processing words. It is simulating outcomes. How will this be received? Will there be rejection? Will there be misunderstanding? Will this change the relationship? Will I lose connection? Will I become less safe in this dynamic? Even before anything is said, the body can begin reacting, a tightening in the chest, a pause in speech, a sudden impulse to soften or delay what is being expressed. This is the nervous system preparing for potential social cost. One of the main reasons emotional honesty feels unsafe is that it removes control over how you are perceived. When you keep emotions internal or filtered, you maintain a level of predictability. You can manage how others see you. You can adjust your tone. You can frame your experience in a socially acceptable way. But when you are emotionally honest, you introduce uncertainty. You cannot fully control the interpretation. And uncertainty is one of the strongest triggers for human caution. Another layer is learned experience. Most people have, at some point, experienced emotional honesty being met with something uncomfortable. Misunderstanding, dismissal, advice instead of listening, discomfort from the other person, even subtle shifts in tone that signal distance. The brain does not separate intensity levels very precisely in memory. It stores emotional impact. So even small moments of invalidation can create a general expectation that honesty might lead to disconnection. And once that expectation exists, the mind begins to protect against it. So emotional honesty becomes something that is internally rehearsed rather than freely expressed. People think before they speak, not only for clarity, but for safety. They translate raw feeling into socially acceptable language. They choose words that reduce reaction risk. They delay expression until it feels manageable. This is not dishonesty in a moral sense. It is emotional risk management. Another reason honesty feels unsafe is because it increases visibility. When you express how you actually feel, you become more legible to others. Your internal state is no longer hidden behind neutral behavior. It is now accessible for interpretation. And being legible can feel vulnerable. Because once something is understood, it can be responded to, judged, or categorized. For many people, especially those who learn to manage relationships through emotional control, visibility feels like losing protection. If others can clearly see your emotional state, they can respond to it in ways you cannot fully predict or regulate. So the brain often prefers partial opacity. Not full concealment, just enough filtering to maintain emotional safety. There is also a deeper cognitive factor. Emotional honesty often requires admitting things that are not yet resolved. Uncertainty, confusion, need, desire, discomfort. These are states without clean structure. And the brain tends to prefer coherent narratives because coherence creates a sense of control. So instead of expressing raw emotional states, people often try to organize them first. They wait until they can explain how they feel in a way that sounds reasonable. But by the time emotion is fully organized into explanation, part of its original intensity is already softened. So what gets expressed is not the full emotional truth. It is the processed version. This creates a gap between internal experience and external communication that can make emotional honesty feel difficult, even when someone wants to be open. Another important layer is relational consequence. Emotional honesty does not happen in isolation. It enters relationships, and relationships are systems that respond to change. If you express sadness, it may change how someone interacts with you. If you express dissatisfaction, it may create tension. If you express desire, it may introduce pressure or expectation. So the mind evaluates not only expression itself, but what expression will do to the connection. And because connection is deeply tied to emotional stability, anything that threatens it can feel unsafe, even if the threat is only potential. Over time, people learn to calibrate emotional expression based on relational context. Some environments feel safe enough for honesty. Others require restraint. This creates a learned pattern where emotional honesty is not a default behavior, but a conditional one, only expressed when the risk feels low enough. Another subtle reason emotional honesty feels unsafe is identity protection. Emotions can reveal inconsistencies in how someone sees themselves. A person who identifies as strong may avoid expressing vulnerability. Someone who identifies as stable may avoid expressing confusion. Someone who identifies as easygoing may avoid expressing anger, because emotional honesty can challenge the internal narrative of who they are supposed to be. And when identity is challenged, the brain often reacts as if something is being destabilized. So the expression gets filtered again, not only for social acceptance, but for internal consistency. All of these layers combine into a system where emotional honesty is not just about speaking truth. It is about navigating prediction, identity, belonging, memory, and control all at once. That is why it often feels unsafe. Not because honesty itself is dangerous, but because the brain treats emotional exposure as a situation where multiple forms of loss are possible at the same time. Loss of approval, loss of stability, loss of predictability, loss of identity coherence, loss of relational security. So even when someone deeply wants to be honest, another part of them quietly asks whether the cost of being fully seen is worth the uncertainty that might follow. And in that internal negotiation, safety often wins long before honesty even gets a chance to speak. Most people do not fear that their life is completely fake in a literal sense. They fear something more specific, the possibility that large parts of their life were lived under assumptions that were never truly questioned. And once that idea appears, it can feel destabilizing because it does not just challenge what you did, it challenges who you thought you were while doing it. That is where the fear really begins. The human mind builds identity through continuity. It needs a coherent story that connects past choices to present self-understanding. Even when life is imperfect, the story provides structure. I chose this path. I became this kind of person. I value these things. I am building toward this direction. That narrative creates psychological stability. But if a person starts to question whether those choices were truly self-directed or heavily influenced by fear, approval-seeking, conditioning, or social pressure, the narrative becomes less solid. And when the narrative weakens, identity feels less stable. One of the deepest fears is not that life was objectively wrong, but that it was not fully chosen with awareness. That decisions were shaped more by survival than by authentic preference. That certain paths were taken not because they were deeply desired, but because they were safe, expected, or socially rewarded. This creates an uncomfortable internal conflict, because it introduces the idea that the self who made those decisions may not have been fully conscious or fully free. And that raises a difficult question. If parts of my life were shaped by conditioning, then how much of my current identity is also shaped by it? This is where the fear intensifies, not from external judgment, but from internal reinterpretation. The mind begins to evaluate memories through a new lens. Past decisions that once felt natural now appear influenced by fear or expectation. Choices that once felt meaningful now feel uncertain in their origin. Even positive outcomes can start to feel questionable if the motivation behind them is no longer clear. This is not because the past changes, but because interpretation changes. Another layer of this fear comes from emotional investment. People do not just build lives. They invest time, effort, relationships, reputation, and identity into them. These investments create psychological commitment. The more someone has built around a certain life structure, the more difficult it becomes to question whether that structure was fully aligned. Because questioning it also means questioning the value of everything built on top of it. and the mind resists that kind of collapse. So instead of fully examining the possibility, people often avoid it. Not consciously, but through distraction, rationalization, or focusing on future planning instead of past interpretation. This keeps the internal structure intact, but the underlying uncertainty does not always disappear. It just stays unspoken. There is also a fear of wasted time. If a person concludes that significant portions of their life were not aligned with their true self, it can create a sense of lost years. Not in a literal sense, because those years still contain experiences, learning, and growth, but in an emotional sense, because the meaning attached to them changes. And meaning is what gives time psychological value. If meaning shifts, the emotional interpretation of time shifts as well. This is why people can feel resistance towards self-reflection that goes too deep. Not because they are avoiding truth, but because they are protecting the emotional continuity of their life story. Another important factor is identity disruption. If someone realizes that their choices were heavily influenced by external expectations, they may also start questioning current preferences. Am I still living according to expectation? Am I still performing a version of myself that was shaped by others? What parts of me are actually mine? This can create a temporary sense of disorientation, because identity is not only what you think about yourself now, it is also what has remained stable across time. If that stability is questioned, the mind can feel like it is losing its reference point, and humans are highly sensitive to loss of internal reference. There is also a social dimension. Admitting that parts of one's life feel inauthentic can feel risky, because it may imply regret, dissatisfaction, or contradiction. It can affect how others perceive your stability or confidence. So even internally, people may avoid fully articulating these thoughts to themselves in a clear way. They may feel it, but not fully define it. That ambiguity keeps emotional pressure lower, but it also prevents resolution. At a deeper level, this fear is tied to the difference between living reactively and living consciously. Many people move through life responding to expectations, opportunities, and fears without fully pausing to examine whether each direction aligns with their internal values. This is not unusual. It is how most humans operate under complexity and pressure. But later reflection can make that pattern visible. And once it becomes visible, it cannot easily be unseen. This is where discomfort arises, because awareness creates responsibility. If you see that parts of your life were shaped unconsciously, you also face the question of what you do with that awareness now. Whether you continue the same trajectory, or begin to adjust it, or slowly rebuild parts of it with more intention. And that responsibility can feel heavy. So the fear of a fake life is not really about the past being invalid. It is about the present becoming more conscious. Because a more conscious life cannot rely on automatic living in the same way. It requires decisions that are more deliberate, more aligned, and more exposed to uncertainty. And for many people, that shift from unconscious continuity to conscious authorship is what feels most unsettling. Not because their life was fake, but because they begin to realize it has always been partially constructed, partially adapted, and only partially questioned. Most people do not avoid deep self-reflection because they are incapable of it. They avoid it because it changes things. And the mind is not always optimized for change. It is often optimized for stability, predictability, and emotional efficiency. Surface-level thinking is comfortable because it allows life to continue without interruption. You can move through your day, make decisions, interact with people, and maintain identity without questioning the structure underneath it. Deep self-reflection disrupts that flow. It slows everything down. It introduces uncertainty into things that previously felt settled, and the brain treats uncertainty as a cost. One of the primary reasons people avoid deep reflection is emotional destabilization. When someone starts examining their thoughts, motivations, and life patterns honestly, they often encounter contradictions. Things they believed about themselves may not fully align with their behavior. Choices may not fully align with values. Past decisions may not fully align with current understanding. This creates internal tension, and the nervous system naturally tries to reduce tension, not increase it. So the mind redirects attention outward. Work, entertainment, social interaction, problem solving, anything that restores a sense of direction without requiring internal confrontation. This is not avoidance in a simple sense. It is regulation. The brain is trying to keep emotional intensity within manageable limits. Another factor is identity protection. Deep self-reflection can threaten the continuity of the self-story. Most people maintain a narrative about who they are. I am this kind of person. I am responsible. I am kind. I am logical. I am independent. I am stable. These narratives are not just descriptions. They are anchors. They provide coherence across time. But when reflection becomes deep enough, it can reveal inconsistencies between the narrative and lived experience. A person who sees themselves as independent may notice how often they seek approval. A person who sees themselves as honest may notice how often they filter emotional truth. A person who sees themselves as free may notice how much of their behavior is shaped by expectation. These realizations do not destroy identity, but they complicate it. And complexity can feel like instability. So the mind prefers simplified self-concepts over nuanced ones. Not because simplicity is more accurate, but because it is more emotionally manageable. There is also the issue of emotional exposure. Deep reflection often brings suppressed emotions to the surface. Regret, sadness, anger, shame, longing. These emotions may not be active in daily life because they are contained beneath routine and distraction. But when attention turns inward, those layers can become visible again, and the brain interprets that as reopening unfinished emotional material. So avoidance becomes a form of protection against emotional overflow. Another reason people avoid deep reflection is lack of perceived control. When you examine your internal patterns closely, you may begin to notice that some behaviors are automatic, some reactions are conditioned, some fears are learned, some choices are influenced by factors outside conscious awareness. This can temporarily reduce the feeling of control over oneself, and humans strongly prefer the sense that they are in control of their decisions, even if that control is partial. So instead of exploring too deeply, the mind maintains a level of distance that preserves the illusion of full agency. There is also a social dimension. Deep self-reflection can lead to conclusions that are difficult to express or socially disruptive if shared. Questioning career paths, relationships, values, or identity structures can create internal shifts that are not easily communicated. So even privately, people may avoid thinking too deeply to avoid triggering changes they are not ready to act on. In this way, avoidance is also timing control. The mind delays insight until it feels safe enough to handle possible consequences. Another subtle factor is cognitive fatigue. Deep reflection requires sustained attention, emotional processing, and integration of complex internal material. In a world where attention is already fragmented by constant input, Many people simply do not have the mental space for extended introspection, so the brain defaults to efficiency. Shallow thinking consumes less energy and allows quicker re-engagement with external demands. There is also fear of what might be discovered, not necessarily something dramatic, but something disorienting, that a long-held belief is not entirely accurate, that a major life direction may not be fully aligned, that certain relationships or habits are maintained more out of familiarity than genuine connection. These realizations do not always require immediate change, but they require acknowledgement, and acknowledgement creates responsibility. Once you see something clearly, you cannot fully unsee it. So avoidance protects the mind from premature responsibility that it may not feel ready to carry. Another important layer is that deep reflection removes distraction from discomfort. In everyday life, discomfort is often managed through activity, but when attention turns inward, there is nowhere for that discomfort to go. It has to be felt directly, and for many people, that direct contact with unresolved emotional material feels overwhelming. So the mind keeps attention moving outward. Not because introspection is bad, but because stillness can feel emotionally dense. In the end, most avoidance of deep self-reflection is not about weakness or ignorance. It is about regulation. The mind is constantly balancing insight with stability, truth with emotional capacity, awareness with tolerance for change. And when those forces feel misaligned, the system tends to choose the option that preserves functioning over the option that risks disruption. Which is why many people only reflect deeply in moments when external demands pause long enough for the internal world to become unavoidable. Not because they cannot look inward, but because, most of the time, looking inward too deeply feels like opening a door that does not close easily once it has been fully seen. When someone finally stops pretending, it does not feel like instant freedom the way people imagine it. It feels more like losing a structure that quietly held everything together, because pretending is not only about hiding, it is also about organizing. It is a way the mind makes social life predictable, manageable, and safe. It reduces friction between who you are and what the environment expects. So when it drops, you are not just removing a mask, you are removing a system. At first, there is often a strange sense of emptiness, not because the person has become less of themselves, but because the familiar way of operating is gone. The automatic filtering, the rehearsed responses, the controlled expressions that once guided interaction are no longer doing their job. And the nervous system notices immediately. It starts asking questions without words. How do I act now? What version of me is required here? What is safe to express? But now there is no pre-built script running in the background to answer those questions automatically. So there is a gap between impulse and expression, and that gap feels unfamiliar. One of the first noticeable changes is increased emotional intensity. When people stop filtering themselves, emotions that were previously moderated begin to surface more directly. Frustration feels more honest. Joy feels less controlled. Discomfort becomes harder to ignore. This is not emotional instability. It is reduced suppression. And anything that was previously contained will feel stronger when it is no longer contained. This can be surprising because many people assume pretending reduces authenticity entirely. In reality, it often compresses emotional experience. So when that compression is released, the full range becomes visible again. Another early effect is social recalibration. Relationships begin to respond differently. Some people adjust smoothly and become more open in return. Others become confused or uncertain because they were used to a predictable version of you. When that predictability changes, they may temporarily pull back or reassess the dynamic. This is not necessarily rejection, it is adjustment to new information, because relationships are partly built on expectations and expectations take time to update. During this phase, many people experience what feels like social instability. Conversations may feel less smooth. Interactions may feel less rehearsed. There can be moments of silence or uncertainty where previously there was automatic flow. But underneath that discomfort is something important. For the first time, interaction is no longer fully performance-driven. It becomes more responsive to what is actually present in the moment. Another major shift is internal clarity. Pretending requires continuous internal processing. What should I say? How should I be seen? What reaction is appropriate? When that layer decreases, mental space becomes available again. Thoughts that were previously filtered or delayed start becoming more accessible. People often describe this as a return of honesty in thinking. Not because thoughts were absent before, but because they were constantly being edited before reaching awareness. However, this clarity does not always feel pleasant at first. Without the buffer of performance, certain uncomfortable truths become harder to avoid. Dissatisfaction that was previously softened becomes more visible. Misalignment that was previously ignored becomes more noticeable. Emotional needs that were previously minimized become more present. So clarity brings both relief and discomfort at the same time. Another important change is increased sensitivity to authenticity in others. When someone stops pretending, they often become more aware of how much pretending exists around them. This is not judgment, it is perception. Social behavior that once felt normal can begin to feel more constructed or automatic. This awareness can temporarily create distance in relationships, not because connection is lost, but because perception has changed. There is also a shift in decision-making. Without the pressure to maintain a specific image, choices become more aligned with internal preference rather than external expectation. This can lead to changes in direction, priorities, and even identity over time. But this process is not immediate or linear. It often involves hesitation, regression, and moments of returning to old patterns under stress. The survival self does not disappear instantly. It reappears in situations where safety feels uncertain. So stopping pretending is not a single switch. It is a gradual rebalancing between old protection systems and new levels of honesty. One of the deeper experiences that can emerge is a sense of vulnerability that was previously numbed. Pretending often reduces exposure to emotional risk. When it is removed, that protective layer is gone. Being seen feels more direct. Expressing feelings feels more exposed, and silence feels more noticeable. But this vulnerability is also what allows genuine connection to form more deeply, because connection is not built on optimized presentation. It is built on recognition of what is actually there. Over time, something important begins to stabilize. The person starts to develop trust in their own internal signals again. Instead of constantly checking how they are perceived, they begin to notice what feels aligned in real time. Choices become less reactive and more grounded. The nervous system slowly learns that honesty does not automatically lead to danger. And that learning changes everything. Not immediately, but gradually. What finally emerges is not a completely different personality, but a more integrated one. Less split between internal experience and external expression. Less dependent on constant monitoring. more capable of tolerating uncertainty without defaulting to performance. And while this state is often described as freedom, it is more accurate to say it is alignment, because nothing new is being invented. Something old is finally being allowed to exist without interruption.